Oh, what if that was just the song? Oh, why did this switch to display port? Hold on. HDMI. Alrighty, cat room. There we go. It wasn't always the same notes. Is the sound okay now? This did not sound intentional. That's fair. I hope that little soft reset fixed the music, the sound. I do not want fucked up music. Yeah, think so? Okay. Emily's worried about her little sister, or older sister. Okay. As you are probably aware, I've wanted to move for quite some time. The last 2 or 3 years, in fact. As long as all that? Moving has been my dearest wish ever since I was 13 years of age. I've wanted to be a lady for a good deal longer. Me when I have had gender dysphoria for 13 years. Emily glanced up at the sky, rocking back and forth on the heels of her shoes. I fear I'll wither away and die if I remain here. I was never meant for village life. My grandfather and my parents and my sister spoilt me, so... And I know it isn't their fault, but... Maybe all the fine clothes gave me aspirations I don't deserve. I feel like I don't belong here. I've never felt like I belonged here. And that feeling has only grown stronger and stronger as time passes by. I know we have our family business, but business will be far better in London. There are more customers, and our family is known well enough that we should be able to relocate with relative ease. I was talking to Sister about it and she agrees. I think she agrees. She said I'd make a shrewd businesswoman someday. I think she was impressed by the amount of thought I had given it. Maybe that's why she started to reconsider. She could tell I was being serious. Almost as serious as our parents are about their devotion to Zanzibar and the spreading of the Christian faith. Then, you don't mean... Indeed. I believe my sister and I may be moving soon. Perhaps as soon as next month. It seems our parents have no intention of returning, and if they felt we were capable enough to be let on our own for 5 years, they should have no qualms about us letting them alone in return. Ah. Lorena held a hand to her breast, conflicted. On the one hand, she was glad for the younger girl, but at the same time, she felt like she might miss her. Why, though? It wasn't like she and Emily were friends. She hardly knew her. Lorena could count the number of times they'd spoken on one hand. But that was irrelevant. It didn't alter the fact that, in the small and sleepy village where nothing much seemed to happen, gears were shifting and things were changing. Change could be a frightening thing, but the determination about Emily's face betrayed no hesitation. No fear or anxiety at all. You must have wanted to move for a long time. Emily nodded adroitly, her blonde curls bouncing. Then, I don't know what to say, but congratulations. I hope you do well. Thank you. Please let Tahua know about this. If she wishes to sell that violin of hers, she should make her mind up quickly. Right, I'll tell her. She was probably one of our best customers, so she deserves to know. And, I hope you and Tahua are able to be happy together. I hope you're able to make her happy. You really do care about Tahua, don't you? I can't help but care. I've known her ever since I was a little girl, though I used to be afraid of her. Whenever she came to our shop, I'd hide behind my sister's back. I was awfully shy back then. That's hard to imagine. I was always relying on my sister when I was little. She is a lot older than me, and I used to think she was reliable. Once upon a time. Emily coughed elegantly into her hand. Taohua, meanwhile, was unsettling and peculiar. I'd never seen a woman like her before. I thought she was a witch. But, witch or not, she always greeted me politely. She gave me silly nicknames and laughed when I hid from her. Sometimes she gave me sweets. I don't know if I consider her a friend. We're far too apart in age, and she watched me grow up, but I suppose she is something like a sister to me. I think she deserves to be happy, and you might be the only one who can make that happen. Emily, Lorena blinked, suddenly overcome with emotion. He was almost tempted to give Emily a hug, but that would probably be a poor idea. Lorena was too self-conscious, and Emily was much too awkward and angular. It would be like embracing a cuttlefish. Still, Lorena wanted to show the younger girl how much she appreciated her support. Nobody else would support Lorena. Ada, Lisa Lott, and Effie tried, in their own uniquely ineffectual ways, but none of them knew Taohua well enough to give Lorena any worthwhile advice. But Emily was different. Emily had known Taohua for years. Her support was invaluable. You know, what? Are you getting sentimental? No, I wanted to thank you for...
Look, it's Miss Priss. What?
Huh? Miss Priss? Hold on. Nobody read that. Those are spoilers. Okay. Little town, it's a quiet village every day like the one before. Little town full of people waking up to say, if you really loved her, would you be trying to get her with Lorena? This is the thing. You know. Yes. I was thinking of an answer, but like, no, yeah, she should. Also, I have no idea what a cuttlefish looks like, so I can't say angular. I was expecting someone to say bonjour there. I didn't grow up with Beauty and the Beast. Not me, at least. What? Why am I getting a call? Hold on, chat. I have a call coming in. Let me check this number. Does anyone else do the thing where you look up the phone number of an unknown number calling you? Robo-killer users have reported receiving spam calls from this number. 93 total calls. Premier bank card. Oh. I don't think I have a Premier account. Okay. Usually it's the American Red Cross. Sorry. I used to do this. I don't even bother anymore. Also, hi, Winter. I totally missed you coming in. We were not TOS compliant before because there was nudity in the Steam version. Like boobs, badonkers, honkers, titties, fun bags, breasticles, mammaries, etc. Awoogas. You know. Increíble. So, if you want to see boobs, make sure you go buy this game on Steam. Chat, make sure you go buy this game on Steam. It's so good. Well, I really like it at least. BLACKBERRY Honey. Remember, chat, there is free DLC for the game that adds there is free DLC for the game, which incidentally, does add 4 scenes, 6 new CGs, and 12,000 words of new text. I'm very strategically leaving out keywords of that description, by the way. How much is it? I think Blackberry Honey is like $20 on Steam. Oh, $13. It is $13 on Steam. I got distracted by a different, much less stream-appropriate Yuri visual novel. That tracks. I can't believe you missed it too, Winter. You can buy the bundle for $220. Wait, what? Bundle? Oh, the Ebi Hime bundle? Wait. What's the difference between this? There's Ebi Hime bundle. Oh, Ebi Hime bundle. And then Ebi Hime Yuri bundle. Damn. I would be tempted to buy the Yuri bundle. No. Honestly, here's the thing. I am planning to read. So Ebi Hime released a new demo for a new visual novel she's working on. And it's a yaoi visual novel. It's a yaoi visual novel where one of the boys is a cross-dressing maid. And I'm just like, You know, we can't let the girlies have all the fun. Sometimes we gotta let the guys have some fun, right? The moral of the story? Chat, the moral of the story? We are never reading any straight romance on this channel. Ever. You know. I may have seen that one scrolling randomly on Steam. Alrighty. Speaking of straight people. Annoying boys.
Ah, look, it's Miss Priss.
Miss Priss?
Grr.
Emily, whose face had been rosy with smiles only seconds before, was now scowling. Her lips were pursed in a straight line, and her eyes were narrowed with undisguised hatred. Hatred that was directed at a trio of dirty-faced, ragged-clothed, ill-shod little boys who could not have been more than 10 or 11 years of age. Not you 3 again. Locusts Emily could have dealt with, and the hailstone and fire? That was child's play. Little boys, however, were a different matter altogether. The 10th and last plague of Egypt had always been Emily's favorite.
That's right. Did you miss us?
Lord, give me strength.
Hey there, Miss Priss. You're looking even prissier than usual today.
Ooh, and look, she's with somebody. These are not small child voices, I'm sorry.
Who is it? It looks like that new maid over at Bly. Miss Priss, where did you make such a pretty friend?
Why don't you introduce me to her?
Hey there.
Which character is the one who liked the final plague the best? That was Emily. Drills. One of the boys sidled up to Lorena, grinning mischievously.
Do you want to go somewhere private, pretty lady?
I'm very flattered, but...
Hey, that sounds like a no.
She said no, Aaron. She's not interested. That's right. My friend has no interest in you. She doesn't have the time to play with a group of dirty boys. Now move along. Toddle off. Get out of my sight.
Hey, that's rude.
Is that any way for a lady to talk?
We should teach you a lesson.
A lesson? What are you talking about, you ignorant little whelps? Why don't you scram? Get out of my sight. But the ignorant little whelps did not scram, and neither did they get out of Emily's sight. At least, not immediately. First, one of the boys ran up to Emily. Huh? That's just Emily's ass. Yeah! And flipped her skirt upwards. Emily's skirts, a veritable cornucopia of light pinks, piped with a delicate rosette pattern, billowed about her thighs, caught in a sudden breeze. The little boy laughed rancorously. So did his friends. The trio of miscreants sniggered together as one. Oh my! Lorena, meanwhile, could only stand and stare. While Emily's dress was pretty, her undergarments were every bit as fetching. Her drawers were real silk, and the lacing was exquisite. But not quite as exquisite as Emily's blushing face. Lorena? Just casually watching my friend get her skirt flipped in public and just admiring her underwear? Okay. You know, you do you, boo. Why you? Her face a dangerous shade of beet red. Emily fought for control of her skirts. You... Emily's left eye twitched. Her face burned. You awful, awful, awful boys! What would your mothers think? How could you do such a thing to a lady? I'll hang and draw and quarter you, and parade your innards about the town for everyone to see, you horrible beasts.
Oh no, she looks serious.
Miss Priss is pissed.
We should go.
Ain't she underage? I'm pretty sure she's like 16. You know. Oh, no, you don't. Get back here at once. Lorena watched from afar, blinking as Emily chased after the trio of dirty-faced little boys. Provincial life was rather less dreary than Lorena had ever imagined. I'm pretty sure they mentioned she's 16 earlier. Because, Lorena is 19. And I think Emily is, very clearly younger than Lorena. There are some liberties taken. I do wonder... okay, so when I was previewing this game, the Winter mentioned, can't imagine what the scene looks like with the adult patch. At least when I previewed this game for stream, when I went ahead and looked at the CGs to make sure it was stream safe, that scene in particular looks the same. She still has the white pants? Whatever you want to call them? So that doesn't particularly get censored in the Switch version. Hey, Viero En, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to La Biblioteca. Please enjoy your stay. Enjoy tonight's presentation. It's a Victorian game. Bloomers, thank you. Sorry, I'm very much a child of the 90s. And what am I supposed to do with this? I believe the bottle says you're supposed to drink it. Well, I don't want it. But you were the one who requested this medicine, weren't you? I don't know. I don't remember. Surely you must. You said you couldn't stand castor oil or cold cod liver, and had to have something sweeter. Those words came out of your mouth. You don't need to tell me that. I know what I said. Then why don't you take your medicine? It should make you feel better. And how do you know? You're not a doctor. You're just a maid. I'm just reading what it says on the bottle. Oh yes, you and your reading. Why did you bother learning? You're not a scholar. You're not a scientist. You're just a maid. And as your maid, I want you to take your medicine so you can get better. Oh, really? Lady Constance's eyes flashed dangerously. That is funny. I didn't realize you were a clown. Lip sync is off again? Hold on. You know what? It's time. I'm just gonna make this real easy. Where is... There we go. Okay. So what I had is I had a filter for the microphone and for VTube Studio to be 200 milliseconds delayed to try to sync it up with the delay from the capture card. But at the pace I'm reading, I don't think I need that. I think I can just wait like half a second when hitting the button. It sounds like it was getting desynced, and that's annoying. I don't like introducing more issues when we don't need them. Or when it's not actually helping. Alright. That is funny. I didn't realize you were a clown. Maybe you would be better suited to work at a Brighton pier, entertaining the children at the Punch and Judy show. What are you talking about? You shouldn't get yourself so worked up when you're ill. Like you care. You don't give a stuff that I'm ill. You or any of the other maids. You knew I was sick, but you tricked me into eating that parlor maid's awful food, and I bet you thought it was so funny. You were probably laughing about it together. You act like you care because you have to, but that's as far as it goes. Lady Constance, you hate me. All the maids hate me. You and Pauline and Isabel and Ada. Even though she's so soft, she probably doesn't have it in her to kill a fly. She doesn't realize that she hates me, but I know she does. She trembles like a sick dog whenever she sees me. If she didn't hate me, she wouldn't be so afraid of me. Lady Constance sniffed and wrapped her arms around her knees. They made the covers jut around them like two small islands. Have a good night, Winter. Sleep well. The parlor maid is the worst. She hates me more than the rest of you put together. She doesn't say it, but it's so obvious. When she looks at me, it feels like she's dissecting me. I can't stand it. I hate it. I hate all of it. The only person who cared about me was Miss Adrienne, but Mother sent her away. Now I don't have any allies. Well, if you all hate me, then I'll hate you too. But, Lady Constance... Lorena's tone shifted. It was softer. Gentler. Lady Constance deserved that much. Though Lorena hated the girl, the fact Lady Constance knew she was hated made her seem more pitiable than ever before. In any event, the girl was not so very old. She was only 12. Just a child. Mary had been unmanageable when she was that age, too. That was right. Lorena would pretend she was Mary. I know I might be overstepping my boundaries, but surely it should not come as a surprise that the other maids dislike you. You don't deny it. I won't deny it because it's true. I can't deny the truth. The other servants try. So does Mother. So does Father whenever he is around, which isn't very often. They tell me I'm loved. It's a lie. But don't you see? It's hard to love a girl when she acts so difficult. Difficult? Yes, you must know you're difficult. You always insult the servants. You make us do impossible tasks. You scold us for every little thing. And you never, ever, ever remember to say please or thank you. And why should I thank you? Because it's the polite thing to do. You forget your place. You're a servant. I shouldn't thank you for doing your job. Should I thank the sun for shining or the flowers for blooming? The sun and the flowers don't have feelings. Servants do. We're human beings just like you. I know you don't like her, but Tao Hua is a human being too. A novel idea. Well, tell me this, Lori. Even if I did say please and thank you and acted like the perfect little girl, would you like me? Would you honestly like me? No, don't answer. I already know the truth. That was a fun little graphical glitch. I don't think you would. In fact, I can say it with certainty. You still wouldn't like me at all. Why do you say that? Because I'm rich and you're not. That's reason enough for most people to hate each other. Even if I was a perfect angel, you'd still dislike me because I have all this. Lady Constance gestured about her bedroom, with its 4-poster bed and expensive carpets. And you sleep in an attic. How could you like me under these circumstances? It's not possible. It isn't. Because if I was you, I would hate me too. Lady Constance. But how do you think I feel? I'm sick and tired. You maids hate me. The parlor maid particularly hates me. Daddy's always away on business, and I'm not allowed to play with the children in the village. Even if I was allowed, they'd never want to play with me. I don't have any friends or allies. Not a single one. Not since Miss Adrienne was sent away. I have dolls, but I'm too old for them. They can't talk to me. Well, Lorena bowed her head. She knew she was fighting a losing battle, but she couldn't stop herself from trying. If she didn't try, she'd never forgive herself. She was still upset about the ruckus Lady Constance had caused yesterday over the porridge, but as Lorena's mother would have said, there was no sense crying over spilt milk. Or spilt milk and oats. I know I'm a lot older than you, and we got off on the wrong foot, but maybe if I'm not being too forward, maybe I could be your friend? Cue the Disney music. You, my friend? That's right. I could, if you want. Lady Constance paused. She seemed to consider the idea for a few moments before... She smirked. It wasn't a pleasant expression. In fact, it was incredibly disagreeable. You must think I'm stupid. We can't be friends. It's not possible. I know you're trying to play the Good Samaritan, but I don't want your pity. I'm not. Don't lie to me. I don't want to hear it. I already told you I'm sick of it. But You're lying again. I know you don't like me no matter what you say. You're just like Amy. You feel sorry for me, so you're offering to be my friend out of pity. But that isn't the same as liking me. Nobody likes me. True. You can't prove that. Hi, Snowy Zarua Gaming. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for lurking. I can? How? If you liked me, you wouldn't recoil if I did this. And so saying, Lady Constance leant forwards. Hello? pressed her lips, pale pink like two cherry blossoms against Lorina's. That one is a literal child! Hello? Oh, you know what? They foreshadowed this. They foreshadowed this because the last teacher got booted for getting mad at her for reading Sappho's. You know, surely a 12-year-old girl reading, saying, I want to read Sappho's instead of reading a book written by an old man. You know, we should have probably seen this coming. I can't remember my town hall voice. So, she refused to take her medicine. Lorena nodded mutely. You learned it from YouTube? There's not a single straight woman in this household, correct? Lorena stared at the wall, limp and listless, her back resting against an old wooden chair. She couldn't think about anything. Not after that kiss. Oh, shoot. She couldn't think about anything. Not after that kiss. If it could be called as such. Given it was so fast and fleeting. Just like a fallen snowflake melting on her lower lip. But there was no denying the truth. Lady Constance really had kissed her. Well, not to worry. If Lady Constance didn't take her medicine, she can't be that ill. I don't know, she wasn't acting like herself. More fool her then. If she's genuinely sick, she'll make herself sicker if she doesn't try to get better. But that isn't your problem. It is partially my problem, given she is my employer. He isn't your employer, Laurie. We've been through this. For all her airs and graces, Lady Leonard is the one who pays your salary, not her daughter. Yes, and Lady Leonard would be very happy to learn I'm letting her beloved daughter waste away. The kiss would hardly have appeased her either. Lorena still didn't know how to feel about that. Why not, so I welcome to the stream. And worse, she'd use tongue. If a 12-year-old tried to kiss me and use tongue, I would probably slap that child. Or throw them across the room. She didn't know how to feel about anything. Oh, my little Laurie. You seem so much stressed. I am stressed. And confused, too. I feel like I've done something wrong, but I don't know how to set it right. I don't know if I can. You're a kinder girl than I. Don't worry your pretty little head about Lady Constance. For all she might have told you, I doubt she's ever bothered to worry about you. Well, perhaps not, but... See? If she doesn't care about you, you shouldn't care about her. We humans are fragile creatures, and we shouldn't expend energy fussing over those who neither deserve nor want our attention. Life is too short. Lorena leaned back in the chair and glanced upwards, her eyelashes fluttering. Light streamed in through the window, and she could see dust dancing about in the golden glow. It flickered like fireflies. The sky outside was a bright, cloudless blue. It was so blue, in fact, Lorena wondered whether she could paddle in it. The sweet smell of roses, lavender, and frangipani drifted in the air. You were probably right. I just... Don't dwell on it. You have no reason to feel guilty. I wish I could be as cold as you. You think I'm cold? Hua pressed one hand against her breast, her eyes widening. How cruel. I'm hurt, my little Laurie. You, of all people, should know how passionate I can be. Well, maybe you and Lady Constance are similar in that regard. Whatever do you mean? Are you vying for a good head flick, young lady? No, I just... Lorena giggled softly, brushing a strand of hair behind the shell of her ear. I was thinking you can both be quite passionate when you want to be. And they had both kissed Lorena. Did that count for something? Ah, yes. An excess of yellow bile. We're probably both choleric. As you should know, I'm rather more worried about you than I am Lady Constance, my little Laurie. I don't like seeing you look so down. Oh, I'm sorry? You don't need to apologize. I wasn't harping at you. I was just thinking. Do you want to go for a walk? It might clear your head, and it is such a beautiful day. It seems like a shame to waste it. But Lady Constance... Let's not think about her. Let's not even talk about her. Let's spend some time alone together, alright? Well... And plus, the cook wants us to pick more blackberries. Does she want you to make more jam? That is rather unlikely. Everyone in Bly seems to know what happens when I try cooking now. Oh, I'm sorry. If only I hadn't been so foolish. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. The cook is the one who should be doing the cooking. Her job description is in her title. I suppose. Now, would you mind accompanying me, my fair lady? Picking some blackberries might cheer you up. When Tao Hua phrased it like that, it was impossible for the younger maid to resist. Did Laurie sleep with Tao Hua lately? I think they've done it in like 3 different places at this point already. You might have missed it, Lily, but there was literally a scene where Constance is like, bring me porridge. This porridge is trash. Go make me something sweeter. And Lorena goes down and is like, I got some blackberries. Tao Hua, can you help me make some sweet porridge? And she's like, yeah. By the way, you look upset. Wanna make out? Maid, why did you take an hour to do that? Why are you red? Did you get sick too? No? You know. Yeah, bring gloves to pick blackberries. The blackberry thicket was overgrown with tall trees, secreted away deep in Bly's grounds. The house itself was no longer visible. It was hidden away behind a bower of trees and bushes. It was just Lorena and Tao Hua there, here, sheltering from the sun, which had beaten down on their heads relentlessly during their trek. The smell of blackberries was almost overwhelming. It lingered in the air, even stronger than the intermingled scents of the crisp air, the dew-flecked grass, and the summer flowers. The earth was littered with black fruits. They burst open beneath the heels of the 2 meandering maids. The blackberries split open and oozed deep purple fluid over the scattered soil. They were a veritable feast for ants and caterpillars, perhaps. But these blackberries were of no use to the cook. The 2 maids were supposed to be picking the ripe berries from the bushes. Wasn't that why Tao Hua had requested Lorena's company? But Lorena couldn't focus on her task. Her attention had been captivated, almost completely, by Tao Hua. Tao Hua's hair was dark. It fell around her shoulders, sleek and smooth. It was the same rich color as the pulp that spilt stickily from the crushed blackberry corpses on the ground. Her face was mostly obscured by shadow, but chunks of light spilled through the leafy canopy here and there and picked out her features. Her almond-shaped eyes, the curve of her cheeks, her soft, soft lips. Taohua might have been a mystery, but she really was beautiful. That was something Lorena couldn't deny. The young maid tried to inhale, but her breath caught in her throat. Why did she feel so warm? Have you forgotten why we came here already, my little Lori? Well? You're so lovely. Taohua sighed, cupping Lorena's cheek with her right hand. Her fingers, Lorena noted, were very slender. They were long and thin, tipped with crescent moon nails. My cute little pet. Are you getting excited? I'm not. Oh, but I rather think you are. You don't have any proof. Do you want me to prove it? Well, silly little Lori. It's so charming when you can't be honest with yourself. It makes me want to bully you. You always bully me. Because it cheers you up. It does not. It does. Waiting on Lady Constance these last 2 days has made you miserable. You've suffered enough. If at all possible, I want to lessen your burden. Now, lie back like a good girl and leave everything to me. Taohua leant in a little closer, until there was only an inch between the two women. Lorena drew in a breath. She trembled. Please don't do that. Well, if you really don't want my company. Taohua smiled, seemingly unaffected, and curled a strand of dark hair about her finger. Shall we start picking those blackberries? Lorena looked down at the ground, scuffing the dirt with the tip of her shoe. She felt unsettled enough after the unexpected kiss Lady Constance had bestowed upon her, and she had no idea how to fend off Taohua's teasing. She didn't know if she even wanted to fend it off. You're awful. I know. You like it, though. I don't. Then why are you pouting like that? Like what? Like you want me to ravish you? Well, I... Oh, Lori. When you make faces like that, how could I possibly resist? Oh, they fucking... Later that day, Lorena found herself cleaning the parlor with Effie. Lorena had grown slightly more accustomed to Effie's company, but she was still unsure whether she could call the other maid a friend or not. Maybe confidant would be better. Not that Lorena had much she wished to confide. How could she confess all the depraved activities she had done with Taohua? I don't know. It's pretty easy, actually. I confess all the depraved activities I do with my girlfriend in private. I mean, what? When Lorena closed her eyes, she could still remember it. Taohua's fingers trailing against the small of her back, so she squirmed. Her warm mouth, her serpentine tongue, her demanding kisses. The thick, heady scent of blackberries, interwoven with her own bodily fluids. Big Fat, if you ever tell Serena I said that, I'll be very sad. Please. I try not to. But also, the joke was there. The joke was there. I had to make the joke. Yeah, exactly. This is why we love and appreciate Beeg. Sexual acts between two women aren't even condemned in the Bible? I would believe that. I'm not a Bible expert. It was an eventful time skip. Sometimes you don't want to kiss and tell. Winter? Oh, wait, yeah, you did talk earlier, too. I'm just like, wait, hold on. Didn't you say you were going to bed? And now you're popping up in the post-sex scene? No, it's okay. I appreciate you. I think it's really funny. uh, Lorena ducked her head, her face flushed. Effie glanced over at Lorena. Her eyes were lidded, as per usual. But there was something oddly penetrating about her gaze. Lorena shifted awkwardly. She glanced at the floor. What are you looking at? I'm thinking. Thinking about what exactly? Your face. Is there something wrong with it? It looks happy. I feel the same as usual. If you say so. Effie smiled one of her strange, elfin smiles. I'm glad you listened. To what? Your heart. I don't even know what that means. I think you do. Lorena's face burned. Was she really that transparent? Yes. And even later that evening, the two maids were secreted away in Taohua's room. The sky outside Taohua's window was dark, splashed liberally with stars, and the moon was full and heavy. Taohua was standing behind Lorena, fingers toying with her hair. Taohua hummed beneath her breath the whole while. It was a pleasant tune, but Lorena had no idea where it had first originated. Knowing Taohua, it was probably something from the opera. Something European. Something cultured. Something Lorena would, no doubt, not understand. While Taohua busied herself, Figaro stretched out in Lorena's lap. He mewed lazily and licked his tongue against the tips of her fingers. It tickled, but it wasn't unpleasant. I think he likes me. And I should hope so, too. It's rather hard not to like you, my little Lori. I'm not sure about that. Pauline hates me enough for 4 people. Pauline is a bitch. Taohua! Lorena scolded the other maid, but there was no real passion in her voice. She quite agreed. Lorena didn't particularly want to think about Pauline. Figaro really is a friendly kitty. He is when he gets to know you. He can be standoffish at first. Maybe you could even call him arrogant. Like you, then? Yes, indeed. Very much like me. I knew when I first saw him that we would make a good pair. He has such airs and graces. He acts like he's royalty, when, in reality, he's nothing more than a stray with no fortune to his name. That's another thing we have in common. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Taohua. What is it, my little Lori? I have something to tell you. Then by all means, tell me. I gotta stop clicking that. Well, Lorena bit down on her lower lip. I went to the village this morning to collect Lady Constance's medicine and... Don't tell me. Did one of the farmhands find the face of Jesus in a potato? What? No? Does that really happen? It does, if you believe it does. I, unfortunately, am a touch too cynical to pin my faith on miraculous root vegetables. Lorena laughed and shook her head. She thought as much. Actually, I ran into Emily. You seem to encounter the ever-delightful Emily an awful lot. I didn't think she was the sort to venture more than 5 steps outside of her drawing room. I forgot. I forgot about this scene. So, do we all agree that Lorena is just like the lucky pervert genre of protagonist? She randomly gets kissed by a younger girl. She gets to see up another girl's skirt. And she has an inexplicably hot woman trying to fuck her for, like, no real reason. She's literally just, like, the lucky pervert protagonist of a harem anime. Yeah, we're just thinking about it again. A vision of Emily chasing the 3 dirty boys about the village came to Lorena's mind. Lorena smiled despite herself. You would smile at that. I know what you are. Chat, if you're subbed, you know what to type. She's sturdier than she looks. I think you might be right about that. Though Emily was a vision of perpetual pink, with curled hair and thick blonde eyelashes, she really was a force to be reckoned with. Emily asked me to tell you this. She said it was important. Well, if Emily thinks it's important, I'm sure it must be a grave matter. What's the problem? Did she snag one of her newest party frocks? No, it's rather more serious than that. She told me she was going to be moving. Oh? Tahua paused. Her fingers stilled, embedded inside Lorena's hair, while the owner of said fingers looked at Lorena's scalp with a small frown. She said if you were planning to sell your violin, you should come to a decision quickly, because she and her sister might not be staying here for much longer. Oh. Tahua drew in a breath. Is that how it is? She sounded rather convinced of the fact, too. Oh my. Well, I never expected that. Neither did I. I don't know if Emily did either. She sounded just as surprised as I was. Well, she has cause to be surprised. Her family has lived and worked in Ellesmere for more than 3 generations. They have something of a reputation around here, not to mention the memories. I didn't think Theodora would throw it away so readily. They're not throwing it away. Not really. And what would you know about that, Lorena? I know I don't know them like you do, but I think a lot of thought has been put into it. Well, I suppose it was only a matter of time. Emily hates it here, and I don't blame her. Shropshire is a dull corner of the country to grow up in, and it's becoming harder and harder for small businesses to thrive. Practically speaking, London would be their best bet. If they want to move, I can't stop them. Though I suppose I might miss Theodora. We get on rather well. But what do you think about it? About what? You know, your violin. Tahua inhaled. That is a difficult question, Lorena. I don't want to be rash. That violin is my most prized possession. Theodora might be moving, but that doesn't mean I should. But, hush. I'll come to a decision within time. But you might not have any time. You need to decide now. My. Tahua's tone darkened. So did her expression. Are you trying to tell me what to do, Lorena? Lorena gasped softly. Figaro's ears quirked upwards, sensing something was amiss with his mistress. The black cat slipped off Lorina's lap and padded to a corner of the room. But Lorina could do no such thing. All she could do was sit there, trembling, as the full brunt of Tao Hua's displeasure fell upon her slender shoulders. She'd never felt more frail. It was just like the last time Tao Hua had lost her temper. She'd promised it wouldn't happen again, but I'm sorry if I was being too pushy. Chat. Is this toxic Yuri? Is this toxic Yuri, chat? It's fine, Lorina. I know what you mean, and I'm glad you came to tell me. I appreciate it. But the parlourmaid's voice was icy and cold. It wasn't how Tao Hua should have spoken to Lorina. It wasn't how Tao Hua typically spoke to Lorina. Weren't they friends? I think you're more than friends. You can only have... There's a certain percentage of your body that has been inside someone else's body before you stop being friends and you start being something more. I'm pretty sure 2 knuckles is probably over that percentage. Were they not, in fact, something more? Why then did she sound so cold? Maybe Tao Hua didn't care about Lorina as Lorina cared for her. And to think, for a while, Lorina had been half tempted to imagine Tao Hua might, perhaps, have loved her. But there was no love. There was a mere like. It was a curious manner of liking, certainly, that manifested itself in midnight rendezvous in Tao Hua's room, shared jokes, silly giggles, and gentle kisses. But that was all it was. Tao Hua didn't love Lorina, but she did love that violin of hers. If Tao Hua ever had to decide between the two, Lorina knew which would win. She didn't have a chance. Lorina had always known the truth, but she hadn't wanted to admit it. Now, it was staring her in the face. Effie had told her to listen to her heart, and Lorina's heart was telling her, quite plainly, that she would always be second best. I'm sorry, but you've given me quite a lot to think about. I need to be on my own. I hope you don't mind. Oh no, I'm sorry. Lorina got to her feet. I'll take my leave now. And, with the stumbling steps of a frostbitten beggar, Lorina departed. She hoped Tao Hua might call her back, but she never did. Just a reminder, Lorina is a 19-year-old. She kind of acts like one. She does act like a teenager. Technically, that is teenager. That night, Lorina curled up beneath her blanket and shivered. Her blanket seemed thinner and meaner than ever, her mattress even more lumpen and misshapen. No matter how the young maid tossed and turned, she couldn't get comfortable. Thoughts raced through her head, more innumerable than the stars in the night sky. That violin is my most prized possession. It was as Emily had said. Tao Hua cared about that violin more than anyone else, anything else. Far more than she cared about Lorina. Lorina could still recall how icy Tao Hua's tone had been earlier that evening, down to the last spine-chilling syllable. Are you trying to tell me what to do, Lorina? Maybe she had just a little, but she'd had Tao Hua's best interests at heart. If Tao Hua wasn't happy in Bly, being paraded before Lady Leonard's guests like an exotic orchid, then why did she continue to stay here? Why didn't she leave? But Tao Hua, apparently, was content to endure all the curious stares and uneducated gossip in the world, so long as she could continue to cling onto her violin. Why? Was Lady Whittier that important to her? Lorena didn't know. She didn't know because Tao Hua wouldn't tell her. Tao Hua never told her anything. Maybe Tao Hua didn't really trust her. Didn't really like her. Now, why did that thought hurt so much? Lorena sniffled. Her eyes started to prickle. She wiped them with the backs of her arms, but yet more tears threatened to fall. She didn't want to cry. She couldn't bear it if she cried. She hadn't shed tears when Pauline slapped her, or when Lady Constance had made her scrabble about in the rosebush. She hadn't even cried when Arthur Pickering had attempted to fondle her through the fabric of her maid's uniform. She was the daughter of Mabel Waugh, for goodness' sake. Her mother's strong, indomitable blood ran through Lorena's veins. She could weather any storm. But curiously enough, nothing over the last 5 months had stung Lorena quite as much as this. They've been fucking for 5 months? No, she's only been there for 5 months. They only been fucking for a few weeks. How long's the stream been on just chatting? This entire time? But that's because this game, or this novel, doesn't have a category on Twitch. Lorena shook. Tears beaded in the corners of her eyes like dew on the underside of a daisy. She couldn't help herself. It hurt too much. So, she was crying. She hadn't realized just how much she had grown to care about Tao Hua. Until the older woman had rejected her. I think I should be on my own. But for how long? A few days? A week? A month? But by then it would be too late. Theodora and Emily would have moved to London, and Tao Hua would no longer be able to sell her violin. They'd both be trapped inside Bly, like figures within a snow globe, while the years piled about their shoulders, getting older and sadder and tireder as they continued to drift apart. No. Lorena clenched her hand into a fist. Her nails dug into her skin. She didn't want that. She couldn't let that happen. But Tao Hua could be so very stubborn when she wanted to be, and Lorena didn't know how she could persuade her. She'd just make Tao Hua hate her more than she did already. Her future really was murky. Stupid. Lorena wept bitterly, burying her face into her musty pillow. She didn't want to wake any of the other maids, least of all Pauline and Isabel. She didn't think she could fend them off. Not now. Not when everything hurt so much and... Lorena? Lorena drew in a sharp intake of breath. So her crying, no matter how muted, had managed to wake somebody after all. Or maybe they'd been awake this whole time. It was Ada. Lorena, are you all right? Lorena, her face wet and crumpled with tears, mumbled, I'm fine. It wasn't one of her most convincing performances. But, Lorena... Ada's brow crinkled in the dark. It sounded like you were crying. I wasn't. Are you sure? Quite sure. Mostly. Maybe. Lorena shook her head. Why was she being so aloof with Ada, of all people? Tao Hua might have turned on her. Sorry, it flashbanged me for a second when I thought that said Tao Hua might have turned her on. Tao Hua might have turned on her, but Ada was her friend. Ada had been unfailingly kind to Lorena from day one, and Lorena owed her a lot. Without Ada, she wouldn't have settled down in Bly so quickly. She was the salve that made the barbed comments from Lady Constance and the mean-spirited jibes from Pauline and Isabel tolerable. If anybody could console her, it was Ada. Sweet, gentle Ada, with her round face and her button nose, now blocked up with a strange sickness so her voice sounded unusually nasal. Well, maybe I was crying. Just a little. Did something happen? Something or other always happens around here, but in this case, probably not. I was just fooling myself, imagining there was ever something there to begin with. Holy shit! I'm gonna knock you upside the head myself. Sorry. I'm like, I gotta remember this is like a literal teenager. She is not mature enough to handle the situation. Ada's brow furrowed in confusion. Is this about Pauline and Isabel? Those two? Lorena snorted in disdain. Like they could ever make me cry. I won't let them. And then Lady Constance? I wouldn't give her the satisfaction. But, I heard about what happened the other day, with the porridge, I mean. It must have been scary. I'm a grown woman. Little girls throwing temper tantrums isn't scary. Though at the time, Lorena had been rather unsettled. A bowl of porridge was a rather hefty projectile, and it had shattered with such a loud smash. You're braver than me. I get scared of everything. Strange noises in the night, and thunderstorms, and Lady Constance. Ada shook her head. I even get scared of ghosts. Ghosts aren't real, Ada. I know, but the idea of them is frightening, don't you think? Not really? Well, you would say that. You're stronger than me. You didn't even get sick. Ada smiled at Lorena sheepishly. You've been working at Bly for far less than I have, but I think you're a better maid than I'll be. You even know how to read and write. And look at what use that is. I think it's wonderful. Really? Yes, I respect you a lot. But you caught me crying in the middle of the night. I don't care. You're still one of the most incredible people I've ever met. You know, I bet Pauline and Isabel bully you because they're jealous of you. I'm not so sure about that. I think they bully me because they're vicious, boring people. But you're so smart, and you can write letters and read books and things. I'm sure they can't. Well, maybe. Yeah, you know, maybe a little. So you should cheer up. Ada smiled at Lorena encouragingly. I don't know who or what made you sad, but I'm sure you're better than they are. You're 1,000 times better. Lorena dropped her gaze shyly. She wasn't used to being praised, and it was embarrassing. Praise kink unlocked? It was embarrassing, but maybe she should tell Ada how she was feeling. She didn't want to keep secrets. Not from her friend. If you're curious, I had an argument with Tao Hua. Tao Hua? But I thought you got on with her. She calls you my little Lori. She's complicated. We've spent a lot of time together, but I feel like I don't really understand her. I don't think she wants me to. I just don't know what to do. Lorena sighed and curled up on herself like a flower blooming in reverse. Maybe she hates me. I'm sure she doesn't hate you. But she looks so angry. I wouldn't be surprised if she never talks to me again. Then she's stupid.
Ada?
Lorena looked at Ada with something akin to awe. She hadn't expected the quiet, malleable Ada of all people to speak ill of somebody else so firmly. Least of all Tao Hua. She thinks she's smart, but if she's made you cry, she must be even stupider than I am. I'm sure she'll change her mind in a bit. You just have to give her time. Like a finicky cat? Exactly. You're one of the nicest people I know, and if you did upset her, I bet it was an accident. This thing will all blow over soon, and if it doesn't, then forget about her. Forget about Tao Hua? That was easier said than done. Something about the parlor maid made her linger in Lorena's mind even when she was far away, like the cloying scent of lavender. It would be impossible, Lorena was sure, to ever truly forget about her. They'd made far too many memories together. Such as making out in the kitchen, or fucking in the kitchen, or fucking in the blackberry bushes, or fucking in the bathtub, or fucking in Tao Hua's room, or fucking in the room that Constance was about to move into. You get it. I know I'm nothing special, really, and I'm always making silly mistakes, but... Ada looked at Lorena hopefully from beneath her eyelashes. No matter what happens, Lori, I'll always be your friend. Always. She spoke firmly, like a stalwart soldier. The conviction in her eyes took Lorena by surprise. You want to be? That's right. Only if you want to be my friend. Oh, Ada. Lorena's face was still damp. She found herself smiling all the same. It was impossible not to. You really are a true friend. Ada's face flushed. Lori, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I feel a lot better now. The two girls smiled at one another, both sequestered in their own uncomfortable rectangular beds. Until Lorena, suddenly overcome with emotion, drew back her covers and shuffled to one side. Do you want to come in? You really want me to? You've been shivering for a while and it's very cold tonight. I think I could use the extra heat. But I'm sick. I don't want you to get sick too. It's a chance I'm willing to take. But... No buts. You're my best friend, and I just want to be with somebody right now. Somebody kind. I don't want to be stuck in my bed alone with my thoughts. I can't bear it. Well, if you really want, I'd be more than happy to keep you company. That was all Lorena wanted right now. Company. Being alone was far too depressing. The 26th of May. But never mind. Give me 1 second. My water's running out, and I'm dying. Whatever. Be literally right back. Yeah, alright. If it's implied anywhere that Lorena took advantage of Ada right now, I'm gonna throw this busty 19-year-old maid across the room myself. Fellas, is it gay for a maid? Yes. I really need to get like a maid outfit for one of my models. I think once I have a 3D model, I'm going to do that because it's a lot easier to like change outfits in a 3D model. The 26th of May, Thursday. Over the following week, the general malaise that had settled upon Bly began to wane. Even Lady Constance, who'd been going on like she were suffering from the plague, had begun to recover. The days slipped by, and everything returned to the way it had been before. In fact, things were rather too much like the way they had been before. Tao Huan now seemed to regard Lorena much as she had done all those months ago when Lorena had first arrived at Bly. She acknowledged Lorena with nothing more than a nod of her head when they passed in the hallway. That was all. Lorena tried desperately to think of something to say. But whenever she saw the older maid, her tongue seized up inside her head. She couldn't say a thing. And the clock kept on ticking. The 31st of May. It's been a week. It's been a full week. The servants' quarters were pitch black. The sky beyond the singular window was filled with stars, glistening like diamonds about a lady's neck, but Lorena was in no mood to appreciate their beauty. All she could appreciate was how very tired she was. Being a maid had always been tiring work, but it had been even more exhausting than usual these last 2 weeks. Why was that? Maybe it was because Tao Hua no longer cared to speak to her. Though Lorena had Ada to console her, it just wasn't the same. Ada had advised Lorena to forget about Tao Hua, but the young maid soon discovered that that was impossible. Lorena missed her. She missed Tao Hua terribly. She missed the embraces, the wistful glances, and all the kisses, but most of all, she missed feeling loved and wanted. The young maid sighed as she divested herself of her uniform. She folded it neatly, as was her custom, and set it at the foot of her bed. Even that required too much work. Lori, are you all right? Just tired. I need to get some rest. Well, if you're sure. Lorena slid beneath her covers. They were icy cold. It was always cold in the servants' quarters, with its thin walls, thinner sheets, and window panes that were even more ineffectual at keeping out the cold air than a veil of spider's webs. The single candle did little to light the room. Lorena turned, closing her eyes when... Lorena, are you still awake? Lorena scrunched up her eyes. She was awake, but she didn't want Pauline to know that. Not in her current state. Lorena, unfortunately, was not a very convincing actress. I know you're still up. I heard you talking to Ada before I entered the room. How careless. She isn't as clever as she thinks. Can't you leave Lorena alone? She isn't feeling very well and... Oh, give it a rest, Miss Piglet. You must have been sneaking currant buns behind the cook's back. I wasn't... Like that matters. Move aside. The adults are trying to talk. Lorena sighed. She knew Pauline and Isabel would continue hectoring Ada until she gave them what they wanted. There was little point trying to resist. Ada didn't need to get dragged into this mess. Lorena sat herself upright and fixed Pauline with heavy eyes. They looked hollow and empty in the darkness of the room. What is it? I had so many chores to attend to today. I'm quite exhausted. And how does that concern me? Oh my, how heartless you are. to show such contempt to your elders and betters. We're all maids here. That we are, but it hasn't been so very long since Isabel and I were under the weather. That was last week. You look fine now. Excuse me. And Lorena doubted whether they'd been truly ill in the first place. I don't feel fine. I've been rushed off my feet and my back's killing me. Maybe you should lie down. That's what I planned to do, but silly me. I seem to have forgotten something. Lorena's eyes narrowed. She didn't like the trajectory of this conversation. What did you forget, Pauline? It was my duty to bolt and lock the windows on the second floor. Then perhaps you should do it. I would if I could, but these legs aren't what they used to be. I'm still recovering from my illness, you see, and I don't want to push myself too hard. You've never pushed yourself in your whole life. That was what Lorena wanted to say, but she held her tongue. Her cheek still remembered the sharp sensation of Pauline's palm, and she had no desire to make its acquaintance once more. You've seemed a little out of sorts lately, Lorena, and I think a walk might do you good. So this is for my sake, is it? Naturally. As your elder, I want to look out for you. I know we're not the best of friends, but I do worry about your health. You've been looking awfully pale as of late, and you've been so very distracted. You should stretch your legs. It might bring some color back to your cheeks. If you feel peaky, maybe you should follow your own advice. If only I could, but these legs of mine. I'm afraid it's not possible. Pauline really has been working hard. The least you could do is help her. And if you don't wish to help me, you could always help yourself. Frankly speaking, your miserable face is ruining my mood. I think we'd all be better off if you left. Isn't that right, girls? Well, I don't know about that. I don't mind. Are you quite sure? Doesn't looking at her disagreeable face bother you? Not really. And then you have more patience than me. No matter how disagreeable Lorena is, she's still adorable. Adorable? But she's a woman. I don't discriminate. How very modern. And what about you, Lottie? What do you think? Well, the Swiss maiden of the Alps, who'd been previously engaged in the long and involved process of brushing her golden tresses, paused. She looked Lorena up and down, a small frown playing about her lips. And then she said, I think Isabel might have a point. Lorena winced. It felt like the air had been knocked out of her lungs. You have been looking glum lately, Lorena, and my Uncle Rudolph always says walking is the best cure for a grieving heart. The hallways of Bly are not the Alps, of course. There are no Gentians? There are no gentians or Gentians impacts? There are no gentians or cornflowers? Oh, gentian, thank you. There are no gentians or cornflowers or asters, but I think it would be beneficial. Indeed it would. Prettily spoken, Lottie. Lorena looked at Liselot mutely. The Swiss maiden was smiling, without a hint of cruelty in either her face or her voice. But that made her betrayal sting all the more. Didn't she realize Pauline was trying to push yet more work onto Lorena's shoulders? Maybe the nuance of Pauline's words had been lost to Liselot's fair ears. English was not, after all, her first language. And she didn't seem to understand the uniquely British art of sarcasm. Lorena opened her mouth. For a few moments, she thought about retorting. But it really was only a few moments. She was too tired to try and defend herself. Even if she did, it wouldn't make any difference. Fine. I'll go. How lovely. Pauline's lips curved into a cruel smirk. You know, I might have to reevaluate my opinion of you, Lorena. When I first met you, I thought you were nothing more than a shameless hoyden. But now, I see there might be a slither of goodness in you after all. Maybe she can be salvaged. Maybe. So long as you heed my advice, your life in Bly needn't be unpleasant. Let's keep working together in the future, Lorena. I'm sure we can become very good friends. Where's Maid HR? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel like Slither should have been Sliver, but I don't know. Pauline is pretty snake-like. It was a bitterly cold night, and the wind rattled the window panes. Lorena silently trekked down the hall, pausing to ensure each and every window was closed and bolted. This was a task Lorena had always hated, and she hated it all the more when it was foisted upon her by Pauline. The familiar corridors seemed oddly elongated in the dark. Shadows pooled in every nook and cranny. What if the hallways stretched on forever? Then, he would never run out of windows to close or locks to bolt. It sounded like death without dying. Some kind of living hell. But she was being silly. Wasn't she too old for such nonsense? She just had to keep walking. Lorena stilled, turning her head. She could hear something rapping against the window panes. Rapping and tapping and speaking. Nevermore. Did I already use that joke last time we had the window scene? I might have. The rose garden, barely visible beyond the glass, was draped in the cool black and blue hues of the impenetrable night. The wind whipped the roses to and fro, their leaves fluttered. Their flimsy, paper-thin petals were soon scattered. It was raining. Is this not just the same scene? The droplets of water fell against the window panes softly at first, but they quickly grew faster. The number of raindrops soon doubled, then tripled, and then quadrupled. This was the kind of storm that could knock down walls and tear trees asunder. It was a good thing that Lorena was inside, where it was warm, and the storm was outside, where it was not. Shaking her head, Lorena tore herself away from the windows and continued her work. At least, that was the plan. Until she saw the ghost. The ghost was a tiny figure in a nightgown with large eyes, a snub nose, blonde hair, and a disdainful scowl. Lorena had never seen such a cross-looking little ghost before. Why are you standing around in the middle of the night, you foolish maid? I could ask you for the same question. I could ask you the same question. Are you looking for the cat again? You have no right to ask me that. This is my house. I can do what I want in it. I know, but looking for a black cat in the dark would be quite a challenge. You should go back to bed. I couldn't sleep. There's something on my mind. And what would that be? It wasn't the kiss, was it? Just how much significance did that gesture have? I was playing in the garden with one of my dolls this morning. I think I left her outside. Lady Constance's lips curled upwards into a cruel sneer. As you're still awake, maid, you should go and get her for me. You can't be serious, Lady Constance. The weather is none of my concern. It's precisely because of this weather that you should fetch her for me. Lisette will get ruined. She must be ruined already, surely. It hasn't been raining that long. If you're quick about it, I'm sure you'll be able to save her. Lorena glanced out of the window. The rain was still falling thick and fast and looked distinctly uninviting. This is ridiculous. If you send me out there, I'll catch my death of cold. And? Who cares about that? You're only a maid. I might be a maid, but I'm still a human being. I have a right to refuse. Oh? Lady Constance's eyes were cold and hard, like two marbles set into her skull. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The storm clouds were gathering thick and fast. You're refusing to help after you claimed, so very prettily, I might add, that we could be friends. I see how it is. It was nothing more than a crock of lies. Friends don't ask their friends to go out into the storm and wind and rain for small trifles. Then we're not friends. I knew that from the beginning. If we can't be equals and we can't be friends, you must be my maid after all. That being the case, you have to obey me. It's your job. No. I beg your pardon? What did you just say? I said no. I won't do it. Hey, I'm gonna chug water real quick. If I look weird for like the next 10 seconds, please don't mind. Okay. I think we're refreshed. You might be Lady Leonard's daughter, but that doesn't give you the right to treat me so poorly. It is taking me tremendous restraint not to clip that. There you go. No, if you want to go back and clip it, that's fine. Go ahead, clip it. That gives me more stuff to share on social media later. Oh? Well, that's too bad. Then I suppose you won't mind if I tell my mother about your inappropriate relationship with the parlor maid. How do you know about that? I saw you. What? When? A couple of weeks ago, after I asked you to clean out that old guest bedroom. Are you about to tell me that the little girl saw them fucking? I hid around a corner after I left and watched you. I saw what you did. You were kissing, and so brazenly, too. I was quite shocked. Lorena's mouth opened, closed again. She could hardly breathe. Well then. Lady Constance's smirk deepened. I think you'd better get outside and start searching, don't you? Lisette isn't going to find herself. Yeah, this 12-year-old rich girl who non-consensually kissed Lorena and hates Lorena is now blackmailing Lorena into going out into pouring rain to get sick and potentially die because this is the 1800s and healthcare doesn't exist. Blackmail by a 12-year-old. Lorena may or may not be a little pathetic. Lorena whimpered and held her hands above her head. Not that it offered much relief from the rain. The rain continued to pelt down at her from all sides, whipped up by the wind into deadly projectiles. Lorena's hands and cheeks were already rubbed raw. Her hair curled against her cheeks and neck. Her uniform clung to each and every curve. Up ahead, in the jet black sky, a peal of thunder cracked. It sounded closer than before. She had to hurry. Lorena had no desire to stay in the rain longer than necessary, especially with a thunderstorm brewing. Where was Lisette? Was Lisette even here at all? What if there was no Lisette? It was entirely possible that Lady Constance was spinning a tall tale like spiders spin thread. just to get Lorena to go outside in this weather. It would be to Lady Constance's advantage, in fact, if there was no Lisette. Then Lorena would have to search and search for an object she could never find. Her struggles would have no end, and she would keep looking like the good little maid she was, until her fingers were chilled to the bone and she was washed away. That's a Sprite. That is certainly a Sprite. A bitter lump of anxiety rose up in Lorena's throat. It was most unpalatable, like a boiled candy 2 decades old uncovered from the bottom of a dusty chest of drawers. Lorena tried to swallow it down. She almost choked. Growing desperate, Lorena searched with heightened frenzy. She tore through the rose garden, her head snapping this way and that, eyes darting about anxiously until... Oh no! She'd found the doll. But she almost wished she hadn't. Hesitantly, the suffering maid took a few steps forward. Wait, what? We're going back? Where are we going back? Do we just want to look at wet Lorena again? Does she have a bulge at or around the crotch area? Hold on, this is important research, chat. This is extremely important research. Hold on. Oi, oi. Why am I getting bombarded with Azura Stella emotes? Hi, Azura. How was, Castlevania revamped? Oh! I get it! I get it! I'm gonna wait for the pre-roll ads to finish. I do have pre-roll ads. Alright, chat. Hold on. We're gonna do a poll. Chat, what's your opinion? Pre-roll ads? Or, like, mid-roll ads every hour? What do you think is better? I like pre-roll ads better, because you're not disturbing the story and stream flow. Anyway, the pre-roll ad should be done now. Hi, Azura. Thank you for the raid. Vampire Hunting Fox Girl Magus raid. Yo, pre-roll gang? Chat, if you're not following Azura, please go give her a follow. She streams a lot of good stuff. She does art too, which is great. How's the gay maid, VN? Well, as you can see, I am looking at a maid who is wearing wet clothing and has big boobs. It's going well. Pre-roll better? Let's go. Thank you for the follows, Game Crazy 20VT and Mima Hakure. How y'all doing? Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Rika Readman, polyglot librarian VTuber. I stream a lot of visual novels. Thank you for joining us for tonight's presentation. We are currently going through Blackberry Honey, a love story about lesbian maids in Victorian England who may or may not have proper breast support. Please tell me they have invented bras during this period of time. Big boobs and absolutely no undergarments of any kind to support them, so she constantly has to hold them up with at least one arm because that sure is how Victorian clothing works, I guess. Exactly. Azura, thank you for the raid. How is Castlevania revamped? Also, I just want to say, I appreciate the pun of revamped. Get it? Get it, chat? Because you're fighting vampires. I love it. I'm a pun fan. Call me Oyasumi Pun because I love me some puns. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you for the raid, Azura. If you gotta raid and flee, that is fine. I know how exhausting it is. I think you raided twice, didn't you? Please be very careful with leaning close to the mic and speaking to the device. Oh, sorry. Did it blow out your eardrums? I'm sorry. Do I need to be, quieter about it when I do it? What if I do it this quietly? Is this better? I hope that didn't hurt your ears. It melts me. Chat. Listen. I am a woman dating another woman. I am also a woman with a naturally androgynous voice. I am also a woman with very much experience melting other women. I know exactly the power my voice holds. Why do you think I use this kind of voice for Tao Hua? Androgynous. So the thing is, you're mostly hearing me doing voice acting for all these characters. This is probably more my, like, natural speaking voice, and I would consider this androgynous. It's like, it's that when my voice dips into lows, it sounds kind of a little mask, but like when I'm speaking like at a default tone, like it sounds femme. I like it. I like being androgynous. Rika cute? I'm gorgeous. I'm perfect. I'm just saying. It is very much not. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't mind being androgynous, but if I had to pick to lean mask or femme, I would rather lean femme. You're hearing it through your own head meat. God, I need some head meat. Sorry, what? Anyway. Sorry, I'm done being gay. Chat. I shouldn't say I'm done being gay when we're reading a visual novel about women fucking each other in the kitchens and stuff. Oh, I gotta turn off the delay on Bonku. Bonk. I'm never done being gay. Sweet mother, I cannot weave. Me when I'm raiding in Final Fantasy XIV and the ping is so bad I can't fit any OG CDs into my rotation. Hello, Neko-rin. Completely normal sounding stuff. Splendor Ave... Alright, chat. Anyway, kind reminder. I am dating I have a hot girlfriend who I love very much. Just imagine what she has to deal with on our nights together. Well, our date nights, rather. If I say our nights together, that makes it sound unchaste. You're a librarian, you should recognize Sappho. No, I do. I do. She's deal with heaven? You know. Anyway. Oh, thank you for the raid, Azura. You want to stick around for lesbians? So, I will give you a heads up, everybody who just came in. Are you saying it is chaste? I'm not saying that, Winter. But I'm not saying it's not chaste. Mostly because I'm not going to say that around Serena's friends. Hi. Listen. If this was just my audience alone, I'm more comfortable saying I have unchaste things going on. I'm not as comfortable saying to Serena's friends that we have unchaste things going on. I could stick around for lesbian maids, but I'm sleepy playing old games drains a lot of energy. Yeah, go rest up. If any of y'all got a dip, no worries. You know? I'm just saying. I get it. Sometimes when my comfort streamer raids into somebody, I'm just like, I don't have it in me for this person's energy. I get it. However, if you want to inflate my numbers, give me a follow on Twitch and also subscribe to me on YouTube. I'm trying to hit 300 subscribers on YouTube before the end of the year, and last I checked, I was at 285. We're quite aware that you engage in a measure of unchastity, Mrs. Readman. See, I was about to make a comment about calling me a whore or something, but then I noticed you said Mrs. Readman. I like that little touch. I may be a whore, but I'm a taken whore. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Sorry. I always get a little high energy when there's a raid. What was I gonna say? I deserve that one. Yeah, taken whore gang, let's go. I see Stab has popped up for his one token comment during the lesbian maid stream. Oh my goodness. What am I? Why? Okay, I had 2 Discord DMs suddenly pop up, and I'm like, I hope this isn't somebody calling me out for saying this stuff on stream. Anyway. We drinking more water and we're going in. She almost choked. Growing desperate, Lorena surged with heightened frenzy. She tore through the rose garden, her head snapping this way and that, eyes darting about anxiously until... Oh no! No, she doesn't have a bulge. It's just folded up kind of weird. She'd found the doll. But she almost wished she hadn't. Hesitantly, the suffering maid took a few steps forward. The ground was slick with rainwater and she almost slipped, but she was able to right herself before she crumpled to the ground. The flower beds were so infused with water, they'd become nothing more than mulch. The roses had taken a thorough battering and their heads had been denuded of velveteen petals. And there, tangled again amongst one of the rose bushes, was Lisette. The doll stared at Lorena with big blue, unblinking eyes, even as the rain drummed insistently against those unnaturally fixed irises. This facsimile of a child cost more than a month of Lorena's wages. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. He really is a monster. Lorena stared at the doll, or what little of the doll she could see, entwined amongst the roses, and her lower lip trembled. Lady Constance? Didn't expect her to reach into the thicket of thorns and pull the doll out, did she? But Lorena didn't have a choice. She was just a maid. And maids had to do what their mistresses said. That was just the way of the world. My, how unsightly. Lorena's hair was stuck to her forehead. Drops of icy rainwater trickled down her nose. Her cheeks were flushed pink from the roaring wind, but the rest of her skin was ghostly pale, and that was nothing to say of her hands. That was to say nothing of her hands. If Lorena had been musical, she would have never been able to handle a string instrument ever again. Her fingering would have been shot to pieces. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I'm immature. Have a good night, Big Fat. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Chat. Type a 1 in chat if you worry about your fingering suffering. You know, you gotta keep yourself in shape so that your fingering does not get shot to pieces. Also, thank you for the YouTube subs, Nekorin. It was fortunate, then, that Tao Hua was the one with the violin. Lorena's fingers had been pierced by sharp thorns in innumerable places. Blood and rainwater dyed the palms of her hands pale pink. Lorena clutched Lisette in her arms. The doll, too, was smeared with blood. Her blonde curls were matted with mud, and her eyelashes were so gummed together that they would no longer close. Why on earth did you come in here, you stupid maid? You're going to get the carpet dirty. I know, but if you know, why did you come back inside? You should have stayed out in the dirt and the mud where you belong. But I couldn't. The rain. I'd sooner you catch your death of cold than track dirt all over my bedroom, you fool. But you asked me, your doll. Oh, how very thoughtful of you. If you had an ounce more common sense, you might be halfway intelligent.
What?
Did you really think I want that doll now? Look at her. She's filthy, just like you. But you asked me to get her for you. Well, I don't want her anymore. What use could I possibly have with a broken doll when I have dozens of far prettier ones in my room? But you asked. And I changed my mind. Is that so very hard to comprehend? Lady Constance snorted. Her eyes shone with cruel, callous amusement. I tried to give you a chance to redeem yourself, but there's no helping it. You really can't do anything right. An unpleasant smirk split across Lady Constance's face. It looked like an open wound. I'll tell Mother everything tomorrow. She deserves to know the truth. I'll tell her that you broke that vase, and I'll tell her that you threw Lisette in the rose bushes, and I'll tell her all the things you've been doing with the parlor maid. I'll tell her every last detail. Yeah, have a good night, Neckarin. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad we all agree that this child should be eviscerated. Lady Constance, It's too late to beg now. I have no reason to listen to a maid. Especially not a selfish, arrogant, hypocritical maid like you. But what did I ever do to you? I don't understand why you're being like this. Do you really have to ask? Lady Constance's face twisted. Lorena flinched. For a few moments, she worried Lady Constance might hit her. But the moment soon passed. Lady Constance sighed, suddenly tired, and dropped her gaze downwards. She'd never looked smaller, sadder, or more pitiable. You don't understand how I feel at all. Tao Hua, who was framed in the doorway of her small bedroom, stared at her unexpected visitor in surprise. The hallway was dark. The wind continued to whip about the rose bushes, and the rainwater sluiced against the window panes. The windows rattled. It almost sounded like ghosts. Hundreds and hundreds of ghosts, impressing their pale palms against the window panes, begging to be let in. But the vision standing before Tao Hua, shivering, was much more concerning than any ghost could have been. That isn't you, is it, Laurie? Lorena sniffed. Her head was bowed. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. Or maybe it was residual rainwater. She was cold. She was cold all the way down to her bones. Oh, goodness. I leave you alone for a week and everything goes to hell. What happened? Lorena's chest hurt. For a few moments, she worried she might burst into tears. I know we had a disagreement, and maybe you don't want to talk to me? You're probably angry with me, and I don't want to get in your way, but I didn't know who else to turn to. I can't go back to my room looking like this. The other maids would ask questions. I don't want them to ask questions. I can't see them now. Not like this. Aline would gloat so. I know she would. Only she has the audacity to act like she's concerned. She doesn't know how to feel concern for any living being other than herself. But Lorena was working herself up into a temper. She knew she was. and agitating herself in her current state would only sap what little of her strength that remained. She averted her eyes and glanced down at the ground. I might be asking you a lot, but even if you hate me, would you let me in? Please? Oh, never mind that now. Huh? I don't hate you, silly. I could never hate you. Goodness knows I've told you enough times. But you said... What I said before no longer matters. Come in, you silly goose, before you catch your death of cold. Taohua ushered Lorena into her room, her eyebrows creased with concern. Perhaps it was thanks to the rain and the foul weather, but Taohua's room looked far darker than usual. Not even the 2 candles burning by her bedside offered much relief in the gloom. Okay, I think we're about to have a really big scene. Let me refill my water real quick, please. Actually, yeah, give me literally 30 seconds. Alrighty, chat room. I also had to use the restroom, sorry. Alrighty. We're back with water and an empty bladder. I'm ready to see Taohua chew this stupid teenager out. 19-year-old teenager. Point, I diagnosed you with sub me when I am subscribed to my favorite streamer, Rika Readman, on twitch.tv/Rika Readman. Perhaps it was thanks to the rain and the foul weather, but Taohua's room looked far darker than usual. Not even the 2 candles burning by her bedside offered much relief from the gloom. Lorena tried to steady herself, but no matter what she did, her trembling didn't cease. She shivered like a little leaf in a storm. Is she actually 19? She is actually 19. Her hair was still wet. So was the rest of her. Beads of water ran down her forehead, tracking down to the tip of her nose. I'm sorry. Excuse me? I said, I'm sorry. The rain continued to fall outside. It had been raining for almost an hour, and there were no signs of it stopping. I don't want to get your floor dirty. As if I care about the floor. You don't? No, you little fool. I care about you, I said. I was mad with you, I suppose, for pushing me to sell my violin, but In retrospect, you weren't being so very pushy. You made sensible points. Hold on, wait. I feel like I should call attention to the lines of dialogue I posted just when you left. Hold on, what did you post? Jesus, you dumb, insecure bitch. Oh, sorry. Jesus, you dumb, insecure bitch. I was upset that you were telling me to sell my violin to my ex. Get in here and get your clothes off, my little Lori. So I don't catch cold? Sure, whatever. No, I think that should be how the story is resolved, honestly. I think that is sensible. I know a lot of lesbians who that would work on, too. I'm just saying. Chat. Come on. Come on. If an older woman who, you know, teased you and knew how to touch you just right said, shut up and get in here and take off your clothes, would you not comply? Am I wrong? I know what you are. If somebody is subbed, please post the judgmental gay emoji right now. I know what you are. Anyway. I was mad with you, I suppose, for pushing me to sell my violin. But, in retrospect, you weren't being so very pushy. You made sensible points. I was the one being foolish. I have a lot of pride, but even I can admit that much. I asked you to leave me because I feared I would snap at you. And I didn't want to. Not after what happened last time. I vowed I'd never take my temper out on you again. I was trying to keep my promise. I tried, but Ahua shook her head. I suppose ignoring you wasn't much better. Lorena's face crumpled. Her trembling lower lip, combined with her damp face and red cheeks, made it look like she'd been crying. Maybe she had. What with all the rainwater, it was hard to tell even for Lorena herself. Oh, Lori, you didn't go outside in this weather, did you? I didn't want to, but you did anyway? I had to. Lady Constance said, of course, this would be the work of that brat. Yes, she wanted me to get her doll, Lisette. She left her out in the rain. Oh, as if she cares about that. Lady Constance doesn't particularly like her dolls. She has dozens of them already, and she treats them just as poorly as she treats us. I know that. I'm not a fool. I disagree. You are a fool. Sometimes I do wonder. You can be so cruel. Not as cruel as Lady Constance. How could one little girl be so very wicked? Ahua shook her head. For a few moments, her eyes looked curiously shiny. But she was soon able to compose herself. Why in the world did you obey her orders? You should have refused. I tried. I couldn't. She's only 12 years old. But she's also a lady, and I'm a servant. And I know what happens when servants talk back to their betters. Nothing good comes of it. You can call me foolish if you want, but I'm just doing what I must to survive. If I don't bow to that awful girl's whims, my livelihood will be on the line, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it. I hate it. I hate it so much I can hardly stand it. But I didn't have a choice. I had to because Lady Constance knows. She knows everything. Calm down, Lori. Deep breaths. Xiaohua rested her hands on Lorena's shoulders. Her fingers dug into the damp fabric of the girl's maid outfit. What does Lady Constance know? She knows that me and you and I, us, we. He knows what we've been doing. This was enough to shock Xiaohua into silence. Explain it to me clearly, Lori. How does she know? She saw us kissing in the hallway before we went to clean out her new bedroom. I wonder how much she saw exactly. I don't know. I don't want to know. It all amounts to the same thing. You're right, of course. Holding hands, kissing, or worse. It would all amount to the same thing. Xiaohua shook her head. But if she really did see us, why didn't she play this card earlier? I don't know. It didn't matter either. Lorena had no time to try and fathom the inner workings of Lady Constance's brain. She could sooner have taken apart a grandfather clock. But now she knows, and I know she knows, and Lady Constance will ruin me. She'll ruin us. Come tomorrow, I won't have a job here anymore. I'll be driven out again. Oh, my little Lori. I know this won't make any difference, but I really am sorry. And the older woman sat Lorena down beside her on her bed and pulled her into an embrace. I need this. If embracing a girl who bore a striking resemblance to a waterlogged corpse was an unpleasant experience, Xiaohua didn't comment on it. She continued to hold Lorena close, one arm around her side. Maybe it was her way of apologizing. What are you doing? This won't help anything. It won't, but it will make you feel better. That's awfully confident of you. My confidence is well deserved. I never disappoint. Xiaohua prodded Lorena's cheek. The younger maid giggled despite herself. See, you do feel better. Maybe a little. Maybe a lot. But if you hold me like this, you're going to get wet. I don't care. It would make a nice change for once. Lorena pouted. Are you trying to suggest I'm not enough to satisfy you? Don't take it too seriously. I'm just joking. Xiaohua pressed a kiss against Lorena's temple. And I really am sorry, my little Lori. I didn't want to get you in trouble. That was the last thing on my mind. The very last. Well, you saved me when it came to the vase. Perhaps this was fate. God works in mysterious ways. You'd know that if you ever deigned to go to church. But alas, I cannot. Because you're not an Englishwoman? I'm every bit as English as you are. I fear I'm so sinful, however. I would melt the very moment I crossed the threshold. The sad thing is, that's probably true. Oh, hush. Xiaohua pressed another kiss against Lorena's temple, then let her head rest against the younger maid's. Lorena's hair was still damp. It clung to her skin like pondweed, but Xiaohua didn't seem to mind. If anything, the shivers that racked Lorena's body only encouraged Xiaohua to hold her closer. You know, this might be a good thing. How could this possibly be a good thing? I know you like seeing me humiliated, but this is a bit too much. I don't mean like that. I mean, If you leave Bly, there's no reason for me to stay. But then I've wanted to make a fresh start for a long while. This is enough motivation, I think. But how will you afford it? I think we both know the answer to that. But your violin, isn't it precious to you? It is precious, but what of it? It's only an instrument, just wooden strings. It can be replaced. Taohua tried to sound unaffected, but her voice caught in her throat. Lorena heard it. You don't need to act so unconcerned, you know? Wait. Yeah. Who said it was an act? I do. I can tell. You're upset, aren't you? Well... A heavy exhalation of air forced itself from Taohua's lungs. Alright. Water. We're in for it now, chat. Of course it upsets me. If it didn't, I wouldn't have been so snappish with you earlier. But there are more important things in life than my violin. Like what? Like you. You've known me for 6 months. You've had that violin for years. Maybe so, but I'm an intelligent woman. I'm capable of making my own decisions. I have decided in my infinite wisdom that I want you, Lori. I want to stay with you no matter what you or anybody else might think. Nothing can change my mind. Not when I've decided what I want. You really are possessive. Indeed. Is that a problem? I suppose I don't mind. Not when it's you. She supposes she doesn't mind, I'll have to test this. Smooch. Taohua placed her index and forefinger beneath Lorena's chin and tilted her head upwards. Lorena closed her eyes obligingly, her lashes matting together. The two kissed idly for some time, pressed close together. Taohua's fingers dug into Lorena's side, while Lorena threaded her fingers through Taohua's hair. Lorena would never tire of Taohua's hair. It was silky and smooth, completely free of knots despite its impressive length. Lorena had no idea how she did it. Lorena's own hair was a bird's nest, forever infested with split ends and stubborn, knotty patches that seemed to reject hairbrushes. Oh, my little Lori. What is it? I missed you. I missed you too. I missed holding you and kissing you and admiring your beautiful body. Speaking of which, you should probably take off your clothes. Wait, hold on, I can do that better. You should probably take off your clothes. That's a Taohua voice. Wait, I just tried to click it. I thought I was on the Steam version again. What do you mean? You're dripping wet. You'll catch your death of cold. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Do you really enjoy kissing me that much? I can't help it. You're distracting. Then I'll keep my lips to myself while you undress. Alright, fine. Lorena untied her apron and let it fall to the floor. Next, her fingers moved to the buttons of her black dress. She undid 1, then 2, then 3. As she stripped, exposing her neck, the shoulder, her clavicle, Taohua watched. Lorena was acutely aware of the older woman's eyes roving down her body. My little Lori, you're so beautiful. I'm not. You are. But, no buts. Enough of that. Taohua clung to Lorena a little closer. She tipped her head upwards and bit down on her lower lip. Damn. Alright. She tipped her head upwards and bit down on her lower lip and then began to explore Lorena's mouth with her tongue. Taohua's saliva was dizzyingly sweet. Lorena's head swam. I think you might be warming up already, Lori. It feels good. That's what I like to hear. Lorena's face flushed brighter red. She dipped her head shyly, pressing her thighs together. Taohua smiled. I do love making you squirm, Lori. It really is my favorite pastime. Well, Lorena swallowed. Her skin was still cold and slick from the falling rain, but Taohua's embrace was deliciously warm. Taohua had done so much for her already, and yet... I was thinking... It isn't fair if you make me feel good all the time. Oh, don't you like feeling good? No, that isn't it. I want to make you feel good too. If you would let me, that is. I might not be very good at it, and I don't know if you would like it, but I want to try. Lori, you really are a sweetheart. So you wouldn't mind? Quite the opposite, in fact. I get rather worked up when I play with you too. The rain continued to pound against the window panes. Thunder rumbled in the distance. This storm was not one that would end anytime soon, but Lorena didn't care. She didn't need to worry about any of that. Not when she was with Taohua. I really do like you. And I like you too, Lori. In fact, I want to keep showing you how much I like you, like this. A kiss against her forehead. And this. A kiss against her cheek. And this. A kiss against her lips. But I have an even better idea. What? Taohua's voice dropped to a whisper, just barely audible above the sound of the storm outside. Why don't we feel good together? Fun fact, chat. This entire scene is the reason why we have to play this on the Switch instead of Steam. Just imagine what you're missing out on by not seeing boobs. I need water. I really do love you, you know? Taohua. Taohua's fingers threaded gently through Lorena's hair. How did that feel, Lori? Was that apology good enough? You were trying to apologize? Yes. I'm afraid I wasn't very kind to you this last week. It was my own foolish fault. Lorena glanced up at Taohua's face. Their eyes met, brown and green. If you must know the truth. A smile captured Lorena's lips. She smiled so brightly, she could have put the stars themselves to shame. I've never been happier. Oh, my little Lori. Taohua sniffled, her lower lip wobbling. But reason soon overcame emotion, and Taohua brushed aside her momentary hysteria with a light laugh. You're so delightful. I fear I'll never want to be parted with you. Not ever. And you're remarkably clingy, says the girl, hugging me so tightly I can hardly feel my arms. By the way, I can confirm all stone tops are very clingy. I don't count as a stone top though. I'm like the closest thing to a puppy, or to like a dog, but I don't want the puppy girl connotation, so I never say that. Wasn't Lorena bleeding a second ago? You know, don't worry about it. Listen, don't worry about it. Sex is happening. Don't worry about it. Sex is happening. Don't think about it that hard. Sex is happening. Sex is happening. It's okay. The stars are pretty gay too. You're right, Azura. Star chasers are pretty gay. Did Taohua kiss it better? We'll go with that. Says the girl, hugging me so tightly I can hardly feel my arms. I'm sure you'll get over it. I don't want to get over you. Then, are we really gonna stay together? I should think so, yes. I can see no reason why we shouldn't. But neither of us will have jobs. A trifling concern when I'll have enough money to put a duchess to shame. Taohua reconsidered. Second-rate duchess at least. With a small estate? Only 2 or 3 servants. And no priceless family jewels? Maybe a few sapphires, but nothing ostentatious. Certainly no diamonds. Still, it's enough to be getting on with. Yes, it's more than enough. Lorena examined Taohua with unabashed wonderment. Lorena's mother often struggled to keep the fire lit in winter. All of Lorena's clothes had been her mother's old cast-off. He could hardly imagine having the wealth of a duchess, even a second or third-rate one. And, speaking of her family, I still have my mother's and my sister's. There's Ethel and Mary and little Alice, and I never really wanted to be a maid, but I can't give it all up. I need to work so I can send money to my family, or they'd be in a precarious situation. They might even get sent to the poorhouse. I'd like to come with you, but I must pay my way in this world. To be dating somebody born into money. I don't know what that's like. Yeah, they are canonically speaking English accents. This is day 5 of streaming this, and each stream has been like 4 hours. I don't want to speak in an English accent for 20 hours. I really should use my maid outfit more. You should. Maids are good. 75k? Wait, that sucks. Well, also, to be fair, the housing market back in the day was a lot cheaper. Not accounting for inflation as well. I'd like to come with you, but I must pay my way in this world. Even if I have to work jobs I despise. I'll probably need to find some form of employment elsewhere. I'm not sure if any other estate would take me on after being dismissed in disgrace from Hartwell and Bly, but I'm sure there's something I can do. I just need to look a little harder. But Taohua brushed Lorena's concerns aside with a small smile. Silly little Lori. I am? Yes. Taohua pressed a kiss against her lover's forehead. As a duchess, even a second-rate one, it's my duty to scatter largesse to the populace. I can be a rather generous woman. Oh no, you couldn't do that. And why not? It's not proper. I can't just take your money. Nope. Too bad. You're a sugar baby now. You wouldn't be taking it. I'm offering it. Semantics, Miss Wah. But it doesn't feel right. I'd never be able to repay you. You've repaid me more than enough already. A kiss. Though there is one thing I'm interested in. What? I wouldn't mind meeting your family at some point. It would be the only proper thing to do, given I intend to whisk you away. Huh? Lorena blinked. You mean... introduce you as my mistress? I was thinking of lover, but they're both as bad as each other. Your family wouldn't approve. Lorena's mother would not approve, of course. Lorena was sure about that. How could her mother approve when she was a very sensible, God-fearing woman who went to church every Sunday and firmly espoused that God had created Adam and Eve? Lorena didn't want to be shunned and abhorred by her own mother. She could hardly stand the thought. But maybe she was jumping to conclusions. It was certain her mother would be shocked, but despite all that, he did love her. As for Ethel, she was too serious and solemn to pass judgment. She would simply nod and take the news in her stride. Mary would kick up more of a fuss, not only because Tao Hua was a woman, but because she looked so foreign, and Mary was racist. Knowing Mary, she would probably gawp and squawk like a parrot before unleashing a torrent of questions no fair maiden of 14 years should ask. So, how do you even do it? How does it work? What goes where? And does she taste of spices? Mary could be horribly insensitive, but she never meant anything wicked by it. She would find it scandalous, but Mary loved scandal, and she would enjoy the idea of her older sister being a deviant enormously. They'd be surprised, but maybe they could accept it. If being introduced as your lover would be too much hassle, we can always start as friends. Acquaintances? But that would make it sound like I'm ashamed of being with you, and I'm not. I'm not ashamed one little bit. Oh, Lori, you're a girl after my own heart. I thought I already had it. Good point. Mary is bound to ask you stupid questions, but don't mind her too much. We never do. I believe you've mentioned her before. Is she your opportunistic money-grubbing sister? That's right. She can be quite catty, but she's such an airhead. Her opinions don't amount to anything much. She goes to church like the rest of us, but she doesn't understand any of the services. Why does she bother going then? Because Mother expects it of us. And Mary likes the vicar at our local parish. A lot. Too much? Definitely. No. Tahoe gasped in mock scandal. Lorena giggled. She's very fond of him, though he's almost 30 years her senior and already engaged to God. Mary doesn't care. She's like that. British people are weird. Your younger sister sounds most amusing. I really must meet your family now. Actually, I already told them about you. What did you say? Anything flattering? Not at first, but my opinion changed over time. There is one thing, though. What? They think you're called Tilly. Why Tilly? I didn't know how to spell your name, and I thought you'd make fun of me if I asked. Taohua giggled. That's fine. Though, I think your family might get something of a shock when they realize Tilly is not a fair-haired English rose, but an oriental orchid. It's like something from a romance novel. Wow! It's like we're reading a romance novel right now, chat. You are sappy. I just wish I had more of a family I could share with you. All I have is my mother. Oh? Lorena blinked. This was perhaps the most oblique reference Tao Hua had ever made to her own past. Lorena would have been a fool not to grasp onto it, like the prince had done with Rapunzel's flaxen braid. She might never get another chance. If you don't mind, would you tell me about them? My family? Yes. I've told you about mine and my sisters and... Mary's incorrigible lust for men of the cloth. It isn't just men of the cloth. She lusts after everyone. You can't leave her alone for 2 minutes. I don't often talk about my past, but seeing as you asked so politely, how can I refuse? My mother was born in London and lived there her whole life. She was a very English woman. Her name was Winifred, for goodness sake, and she had no interest in the world beyond London's walls. Well, that might not be entirely true. Perhaps she had some vague interest once upon a time, but her job took it away from her. She worked as a barmaid in London, in a London tavern located near the dock. She met sailors from all over the world, Europe, the Americas, and even further afield. And that was probably enough adventuring for her. Oh, why did she need to explore when so many men were happy to share their stories with her? A lot of them, I think, were far too happy, overly eager. I don't think my mother was a very pretty woman, but she was a woman, and that's enough for most men to start showing off. They talked and talked and talked, always about themselves, while my mother nodded and smiled and tried not to yawn. Until she met my father. This sounds rather romantic, and I suppose it was in a way. But I never understood my mother and father's relationship. My father was the first Oriental man my mother had seen, despite working by the docks, and she was interested, I suppose. He was, after all, a rarity. All the things I could say right now about being a racial minority who has dated a lot of white women for the novelty. I'm glad that they brought it up. I'm just saying. My father wasn't a talkative man, though. He was quite dissimilar to the other customers my mother served, not just because of his ethnicity. Even if he had been one to boast about himself, which I don't think he was, he wouldn't have been able to. He didn't speak enough English beyond the absolute basics. He was very quiet, not taciturn or... Is it taciturn or taciturn? Thank you for the follow, Aiko the Angel. I think it's taciturn. He was very quiet. Not taciturn or shy, but he didn't like drawing attention to himself. And now that I think about it, this was quite unfortunate. His unusual appearance meant he couldn't help but draw attention whether he wanted to or not. Anyway, somehow, and I'm not exactly sure how, my mother was drawn to this peculiar man. She'd spent several years being propositioned by sailors and had never expected to fall for one herself. Not after a series of heartbreaks. But I suppose love works in mysterious ways. It must, because my parents ended up getting married. I never understood why when I was a child, and I still don't. Not entirely. They couldn't really converse with one another, and their backgrounds were incredibly different. I doubt they had much in common. Neither did they have any extenuating qualities that would be appealing in a partner. My mother wasn't pretty, and my father wasn't rich. Your model's awesome. Thank you, Aiko. There's been a lot of work done on it. Thank you for the ear rubs, Lily. I didn't see what either hoped to gain from their relationship. Moreover, my father was a sailor. He earned a living on merchant boats, traveling between countries to sell goods. There was no chance for the two of them to develop their romance because he was always away. There was no way for their love to blossom. I used to ask my mother about it, and she would smile and sit me on her knee and say, "Love is a strange thing. When you know, you just know. Nothing else matters." I remember once, when I was being especially difficult, I tried to challenge my mother about her unusual life choices. I don't remember what I said, but the conversation went something like this. Look at Tiny Cat! Oh, she's so cute! But you can't have a conversation about the simplest of things. You can't even complain about the weather. What do you even talk about? What else is there to talk about? You raise a good point, little Tao. But love isn't very logical. I think it's stupid. You'll understand when you get older. I don't think I want to. So you're going to be an unmarried maid forever? I'm considering it. Don't be daft. You're still young. You have all the time in the world. If I ever looked at a man the way you look at father, I'd have to gut myself. Now, missus. If I hadn't married your father, you wouldn't even be alive. I'll be having less of your cheek, thank you very much. She had a point. Though my parents' relationship was a continuing source of communal gossip, there was no doubt their love was true. If it wasn't, they wouldn't have been able to sire a daughter between them. Me. I inherited most of my looks from my father, but my eyes from my mother. The other children in the neighborhood used to tease me, but my mother said I was beautiful. She said I was her darling, her little peach blossom, and if my peers thought I looked strange, they were dreadfully unimaginative and boring. I thought this was quite a thing for my mother to say, as her imagination stopped dead at the signs that bade you entry to London, but I didn't actually say that. In retrospect, I think that just proves how much my mother loved my father. She loved him so dearly that this serious, no-nonsense, fiercely patriotic woman could put aside her devotion to the Queen and dote upon her peculiar, only half-English daughter. I spent most of my childhood with my mother. I didn't see my father that often. He was out at sea for months on end, and when he came back, it was only for a handful of weeks. He's a hazy figure in my mind and didn't leave much of an impression, particularly given he was so quiet. When he was around, we rarely had cause to speak to one another, and I can count the number of times he spoke to me in English on one hand. Maybe he was embarrassed. He had been married to my mother, an out-and-out English woman. He had been married to my mother, an out-and-out English woman, for 8 years at this point, and though he picked up enough of the language to have a conversation, he sometimes got the words mixed up. He did, however, converse with me in Mandarin. He told me about some of my family back in China, and his sister Mei Li, who had stolen sweet potatoes from the farmer's field in her youth, and his Aunt Jie, who had such pretty feet she had been courted by the... Excuse me, what? His Aunt Jie, who had such pretty feet, She had been courted by the son of a nobleman. All right. Victorian, no, this is Chinese. Victorian Mandarin feet fetish. Let's go. Oh my god, I hate this. And his Aunt Jie, who had such pretty feet, she had been courted by the son of a nobleman, and his mother Lan, who had wanted grandchildren for years and would be so happy to know that I existed. Their little peach blossom, their miracle child. And then my father died when I was 9, and nobody spoke to me in Mandarin after that. I can't speak any Mandarin myself, but I must have been able to when I was younger because I could more or less understand what my father told me, bits and pieces here and there. Sometimes I would even reply in turn. Our conversations were never very long, and I think I must have made a lot of mistakes, because my father would smile and look bemused more often than not, but I made an effort. I tried. And when I tried, I could always make him understand. But I don't remember a thing now. All the words I used to know have disappeared. That's what happens when you live in England your whole life. You forget who you are, and things, even the important things, start to slip away. The only Mandarin I can remember now is my own name, Tao Hua, Peach Blossom. Good old England whitewashing all the culture out of you. You know, this says a lot about society. Okay, so the feet binding actually was like crippling the feet of women? That's kind of fucked up. It's kind of extra fucked up to have a foot fetish in this time then. Jeez. My mother was distraught when my father died. She had loved him a lot. She loved him more than I ever did, and more than I could ever understand. I don't think I was very supportive, though I was only 9 years of age. I like to think I was more mature than I really was. I wasn't that upset about my father's death myself. I thought I was very smart and clever for not being in... Sorry, there was a loud-ass truck driving down the street. I wasn't that upset about my father's death myself, and I thought I was very smart and clever for not being in floods of tears like my poor mother. I used to talk to her like a tiny schoolmistress. And say, oh, all kinds of thoughtless things. Despite being so young, I was horribly blunt. Why are you so sad? He was never around so much anyway, and you didn't seem that upset about it then. Because I always knew he was going to come back. Not for months and months. Not for months and months, no. But I knew he would return eventually, and that was enough. I trusted him. I loved him, and now? But I never figured out what would happen now, because she started to cry. I didn't know what to say, so I gave my mother a hug and tried to sing her something to cheer her up. It wasn't one of the Chinese lullabies my father had sung me, because in 2 weeks I had already forgotten everything, but something more familiar. Probably Juanita, though I suppose it doesn't matter what I sang. It didn't make a difference. My father was still dead. My mother continued to cry. And that was just how my life went. Then, after mourning for a couple of weeks, my mother decided a change was in order. She said now that father was dead, she could no longer continue to work in the dingy tavern by the docks. I don't want to meet any more sailors, she told me. It would hurt too much. I think what she really meant was, It would hurt too much if she happened to meet more men who looked like my father. More and more sailors from the Orient were coming to our docks, and though Asian men had been a rarity in London only a decade hence, they were not exactly commonplace, but they were no longer so very few and far between. It must have been painful for my mother. Whenever she saw an Asian man about the docks, she would hold her hands in prayer and hope that it might be my father, returned from his unmarked grave in the middle of the ocean. But it never was. It wasn't possible. And so her hopes faded. With a sorely hurt heart, she had to leave. My mother, who's always been strong-willed even in the face of despair, decided to seek employment elsewhere. And that's when I met Lady Whittier. Lady Whittier, or Pamela as she asked me to call her, but I never did, was a kindly old woman who lived in Richmond. Her family had been a wealthy one, but a handful of grandfathers and great-grandfathers with gambling problems had frittered most of their money away. Lady Whittier was by no means poor, but she lived a humble life for a woman who bore the title of a lady. Her home was a modest one, and she kept only a handful of servants. Perhaps you could call her a second or third-class lady, but she was always first-class to me. My mother began to work as a housemaid for Lady Whittier, and she was good at her job. She was a hard worker, and Lady Whittier never complained about her. Then again, I rarely heard Lady Whittier complain about anything. She was the sort of woman who would try to find the good in everything and everyone. It was this attitude of hers which probably led to the furthering decline of her family. But that is a story for later. How could I judge her when her kindness afforded me so many opportunities? My mother took me to work with her, you see. This was an unusual thing for a maid to do, and perhaps it was overstepping the boundaries, but she did so all the same. My mother had become exceedingly concerned over my welfare following the death of my father, and when she went to work, leaving me home alone, it was always with a dreadful amount of anxiety. You will go to bed early, won't you? Draw the curtains, keep the lights off, and if somebody knocks at the door, I won't go off with any strange men, I promise. I thought my mother's concern was stifling, and I resented that she always went through this performance with me before she left for work. Did she think I was stupid? I might have been a young girl, but I was sensible. I could take care of myself. I told my mother as much when she first asked me to accompany her to Lady Whittier's. I can't. I'm not the one working as a maid. You are. But you're my daughter. I can't leave you at home on your own. You did when you worked at the tavern. That was different. The tavern wasn't so far away from our home, and I still didn't like to leave you. That never bothered you before Father died. I was alone then, too. It just isn't the same. Now, stop arguing and come along. We didn't think this part of the game was the one that was going to get you so thirsty? Well, you know. Putting myself in Tao Hua's shoes does induce thirst. I remember frowning, staring at my mother with challenging eyes. I was at a difficult age, though you'd probably say I've always been difficult, and I didn't back down during arguments. Not even with my own mother. But Lady Whittier, I've explained the situation to her. I'm sure there'll be no troubles if you sit quietly in a corner and don't break anything. As if I would. I'm not clumsy. Good. I told her that. I said you were a very well-behaved little girl, and she said she was very fond of little girls. Particularly well-behaved ones. I tried to reply, but I soon saw there was no point. If my mother had already asked for Lady Whittier's permission, I supposed it would be fine, but it didn't seem proper for a maid to bring her child along to her employer's house. Isn't that something they say? You shouldn't mix work and family? Or maybe it's beer and spirits. Well, let's set that aside for now. I was only a young child at the time, but I was serious about everything. I cared a great deal about good manners and making favorable first impressions. Maybe that's because, ever since I can remember, people have always been judging me. Even those who are too polite to say that they're judging me do it. That's how people are. I think she's like 9 years old? After her father's death, she's probably like 11 or 12. I think she said her mother was married to her father for like 9 or 10 years before she died. We ain't got no child labor laws in Victorian England. Yeah, put the girl to work.
Who is this funny-looking barbarian girl? She can't be English.
That's what I imagined most people think when they first see me. Was my obsession with social etiquette a desire, perhaps, to prove my Englishness to everyone? I didn't want others to sneer at or scorn me. But I've since stopped caring. It requires rather too much effort. In many cases, it's not possible to change what others think of you no matter how hard you try. Not if they have already resolved to dislike you. I was anxious about meeting Lady Whittier, though my mother had reassured me. I thought she would be a proud, haughty woman, sitting in an overstuffed armchair that smelled of camphor and lavender, wearing expensive jewels. She was a lady, after all. I thought being a lady sounded very proper indeed, and more than mildly terrifying. How could a lady let a girl like me into her home? If the dirty-faced children on the streets mocked me, she would surely be far worse. Maybe she liked little girls, particularly well-behaved ones. But would she like a little girl like me, in my ill-fitting clothes with my foreign features? I can remember the day my mother first took me to Lady Whittier's home vividly. She might as well have been taking me to see the Queen in Buckingham Palace. My mother combed my hair extensively until it crackled and then tied it back into 2 plaits. She made me wear my Sunday best, a demure green dress usually reserved for church, and even bought me new stockings. She attacked my church shoes, too, with spit and blacking, until they shone so much I could almost see my face in them. Naturally, these preparations made me even more anxious. Stop shifting, my little peach blossom. I can't fix your hair if you keep moving like that. But it tickles. You never usually complain when I style your hair. You usually style it for church. Church, in the rare times my father returned home, which was now a non-event. He would never be coming back. The sea had swallowed him. Yes, well, I want you to look presentable for Lady Whittier. I wouldn't want her to think we come from the slums. We might as well. This comment was enough to earn me a rap atop of the head with the back of the hairbrush. It stung. Don't be like that, Tao Hua. Try and be more positive, please. Smile. I don't feel like smiling. You should smile all the same. Lady Whittier is being very considerate letting you into her home. You should at least show your appreciation. And that's why I have to wear my church clothes? Is Lady Whittier even more important than God? Bonk. Rapping upon my hairbrush? Don't be ridiculous, Tao Hua. You're the one being ridiculous. This woman isn't a deity. Goodness, what am I gonna do with you? Let me stay here, please. That isn't an option. Why not? Because you're already nice and dressed up. Now, hold still. My mother sighed and brushed out my half-finished braid. And then, in an act of divine punishment, she began to tie it even more tightly than before. She worked my hair with such fervor she hurt my scalp. You, young lady. She looped one section of hair over another, and a third beneath that. Are acting like a little madam. Don't show me up. Don't you dare. And I didn't. I was so anxious, I could hardly even breathe. Pining for the ones that got away. I was flirting with someone a while back whose thing was high protocol and being called my lady. That sounds adorable, actually. I would flirt with a prim and proper girl. Closest thing I have is my girlfriend lives in the suburbs. So sometimes I roll up to her house and I'm just like, damn, this shit's nice. Ow. But as it soon transpired, my worries were in vain. Lady Whittier was nothing like I had imagined. She was not at all like God. In fact, she was far superior. Though my mother took me to church every Sunday, I had never once met him, despite dressing in my best clothes for his benefit. Lady Whittier, however, was a physical being I could put a face to, and what a dear face she had. She looks like she's going to give me some candy out of her purse. What a nice old lady. She was sitting in an overstuffed armchair when I met her, as I had feared, and the air was thick with the sickly floral aroma, but the woman herself was soft and kind. Her hair was gray, tied in a very sensible bun. Her eyes were soft blue, roomy, like forget-me-nots. Her hands were knotted too, and her flesh was loose and sagging. But she smiled such a comforting smile, it was impossible not to like her. I think she stole my heart the moment I laid eyes on her. The age of 60 is in demand. Oh my! She rose from her chair with a creaking of her limbs and crossed the carpet to meet me. You must be Miss Tao Hua. Winifred told me about you. She said she had a pretty little girl about this high, but she didn't do you justice. You're even more charming than I imagined. I wasn't a shy girl, but this praise was so unexpected my face flushed. I think I even tried to hide behind my mother's back. My mother, dressed in the smart yet simple regalia of a maid, smiled and pushed me forwards, much like a stage manager encouraging a shy ballerina. Say hello, Tao Hua. Go on. Hello. Come on, Tao Hua. That's no way to greet Lady Whittier. You should at least look her in the eye. Being obsessed with manners from an early age, of course I knew that. But I found I simply couldn't. The carpet was far more interesting. I was standing before a real flesh and blood lady, and I didn't know what to do. Tao Hua. My mother's voice became low and warning, but I still couldn't lift my head. All I could do was flounder. I apologize, Lady Whittier. My daughter isn't usually like this. I've never once pegged her as shy. And I wasn't shy. Not really. Shy wasn't the right word. I was overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lady Whittier seemed not to mind my reticence. In fact, it made her chuckle. It's quite all right, dear. Are you sure? She hasn't caused any offense, has she? A sweet young thing like this? Hardly. I think I'm going to get on rather well with this girl. She's so very pretty, just like a doll. Her hair is so glossy and black. I tied it up myself. You did an excellent job. Part of me does wonder if, at first, Lady Whittier saw me as some kind of exotic plaything, an oriental doll. I am sure, standing beside my mother, my almond-shaped eyes and curious skin color made me stand out all the more. Winifred Baker and Li Taohua, the most mismatched mother and daughter you could imagine. If Lady Whittier did see me as nothing more than a living, breathing curio, however, she did not let it show. She continued to smile at me, warmer than ever when she realized my discomfort, and patted me on the head. I have never liked being patted on the head, and her fingers were curved and claw-like from arthritis, but her grip was gentle and, above all else, caring, considerate. I have never seen eyes like this on a little girl before. They're so small and delicately shaped, and the irises, so very green. I think she inherited those eyes from me. Everything else she got from her father. Your husband must be a very attractive man. I'm jealous. Oh, he was, yes. Lady Whittier noticed the past tense and nodded her head, a flash of sympathy spreading across her kindly face. It had been almost a month since we had learnt of Father's death, but it was still a painful topic to my mother. Too painful to talk about, really, especially to her employer. Lady Whittier understood this perfectly, as she was wont to doing, and let the subject go. She knew when her prying was unwanted. Her hand fell from the crown of my head, and I took a few steps backwards. My heart was pounding. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to work here, madam. I will strive to do my best. It is quite all right. You seem like a hard worker, and that's all I really require. As for Miss Taohua, meanwhile... Yes, I apologize for bringing her. I couldn't leave her, you see, and she won't be any trouble. It's quite all right. Don't apologize. I'm glad, in fact. I did so want grandchildren of my own, but... my son... well... Lady Whittier shook her head despondently. She didn't elaborate on the subject, but I learnt in time that her only son, Ambrose, had inherited the same lust for gambling that had plagued his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He was too preoccupied with throwing large sums of money away to settle down with a wife in holy matrimony. Grandchildren were off the table. Anyway, while you busy yourself about the house, Winifred, I wonder if you wouldn't mind terribly if I had a chat with your daughter. With Taohua. That's right. There are no problems, but... My mother stared at Lady Whittier, her eyes large, as though she couldn't quite believe what she was hearing. I couldn't either. A chat? Why would a lady, even a lady who was not particularly wealthy, want to have a chat with me? But there was no way we could disobey her. In fact, though my heart was hammering, my palms were sweating, and I felt sick with nerves, I was almost relieved. I would far rather spend time with Lady Whittier, though chat sounded horribly informal, and then sit silently in the corridor like a statue. My mother continued to work for Lady Whittier, and I always accompanied her. At first, I worried my presence was something of a burden, but I soon discovered Lady Whittier rather enjoyed our little talks. Lady Whittier, you see, was lonely. This was something I concluded after we had spoken 3 or 4 times. Her husband, Reginald, was dead. He had died relatively young at the age of 41. Alcoholism. He'd loved the bottom of a bottle more than his wife and son, and it had killed him. He got what he deserved. I told him to stop enough times, Lady Whittier told me, but there was nothing gloating about her tone. She was heartbroken. It was obvious. She must have loved her husband, rake and roustabout that he was, because she still had a painting of him in a locket that she sometimes wore. She kept a painting of him on the wall of her parlor, too, where we took tea together. I saw that portrait of Reginald Whittier an innumerable amount of times during my early years. I can still remember what he looks like even to this day. A tall, proud man with thick eyebrows and black hair. He didn't look like the sort of person who would drink and drink and drink until he collapsed on a street corner, but there you are. You can never judge a book by its cover. Reginald had been a rather poor husband, and Lady Whittier's son, Ambrose, seemed determined to follow in his father's footsteps. Lady Whittier had not seen her son for some 20 years. If he had not sent her the occasional letter asking for money, she would not have known whether he was alive or not. You would think, given Ambrose was no longer a child, he would have had more shame. But apparently not. Maybe it was, in part, Lady Whittier's fault. And though I feel ashamed for leveling such an accusation against her, her kindness, after all, had a monumental effect on me, and shaped my life for the better. But it was not the same for Ambrose. Lady Whittier had spoiled her son from the day he was born. Perhaps she had hoped he would one day come to love her for it. Her husband was feckless and unreliable, and who else would she have to dote on her in her old age? She couldn't count on Reginald. So, Lady Whittier lavished gifts upon her son, and when he grew older, she sent him money without hesitation whenever he demanded it. She thought that was the best way to show her love and affection towards him, and earn his in return. She thought if she ensured he wanted for nothing, he would have no choice but to love her. She was wrong. Ambrose took her love for granted, then exploited it. He had no intentions of returning home, and no desire to care for his aged mother. Lady Whittier was left all alone in her large house, with nobody save a few servants for company. At least, until she met me. I talked to Lady Whittier a great deal. Or, perhaps, it would be more accurate to say that she talked to me. I preferred to listen. The stories she told me were always interesting, and I enjoyed hearing them. She told me about her childhood and how she met Reginald, and how happy she had been on her wedding day, and how disappointed she had been every day since. She was a cultured woman from a wealthy background, and she told me about the arts, too, of plays and opera and the ballet. I especially liked hearing about opera. Oh, you... Cat. Cat. I gotta use the bathroom. This scene's been going on for so long. I'm refilling my water. Alrighty, cat room. Get up, stretch. We're taking a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. My throat is also dying. Alrighty, cat room. We're back. Pray do not steal any further. No, that just summons a penguin for me. I steal it from someone else. Also, I'm snacking on bread. Because maybe eating something soft will soothe my throat a little. Okay. Bladder emptied. Stomach filled with bread. Throat hydrated. It's lesbian time. Oh, you have a passion for music? How charming. It's rare to find such young girls who enjoy the opera. Well, I frowned, setting my cup of jasmine tea back down on the saucer. The face of Reginald Whittier stared down at me, proud and haughty. This was before he had drunk himself to death. To be honest, I've never been to the opera before. It sounds intriguing, though. Oh my. I apologize, Taohua. I should have thought. Obviously going to the opera is something of a luxury. I've become so used to our conversations, I almost thought... She didn't say it. She would never say it. But I knew what she was thinking. Maybe I need to adjust my microphone a little bit. There we go. I almost thought you were like me. But I wasn't. We could never have been equals. We were far apart, not only in age, but in social standing. I sank down into my chair, as low as good manners would permit me, and looked at my lap. My cheeks turned light pink. Lady Whittier, however, was not to be deterred. She smiled courageously, clapping her ropey old hands together, like a fairy godmother might before granting a wish. Have a good night, Azura. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the raid. Enjoy your art. Well, we will have to rectify that. Guidita Pasta is currently starring as Is somebody's surname actually Pasta? Juditha Pasta is currently starring as Medea in Covent Garden, and I've been meaning to attend for quite some time. There is nothing more arousing. How the fuck do I do an old lady voice? There is nothing more arousing than Italian opera, and Medea's story is so tragic. I'm sure you will enjoy it. But I couldn't accompany you, madam. The money alone. Money is no object. I have enough money to be getting on with. Not so much as once I had, but enough. And it doesn't make me happy. Introducing a lovely young girl like you to the world of opera, however, would make me very happy indeed. Gurita Pasta. I always wanted to take my husband and son, but they never appreciated the arts like I do. They said it was fanciful, stuff for women. They didn't give it a chance. They never realized just how passionate it could be. Well, if you're so sure, I wouldn't want to intrude. It's no intrusion. You could never intrude upon me, my dear Taohua. Over the last few months, I've grown very fond of you. And Lady Whittier smiled one of her calm, reassuring smiles, which led me to believe this really was fine, and that the daughter of a housemaid really could go to Covent Garden and watch Good Eat a Pasta with a noblewoman. Good Eat a Pasta? Wait. That's such a fake name. There's no way Good Eat a Pasta. There's no way that's just a made up pun name. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. So, I attended Medea with Lady Whittier, and watched as Gudita Pasta threw her all into the role. Yeah, I thought GIU was Jew. Yeah, like Judita. Judita Pasta. Judita Pasta. Judita Pasta. That still sounds like a pun. And watched as Judita Pasta threw her all into the role. That of a tormented woman driven mad with love who murdered her own children. I think Medea might have been a bit of an intense opera to submit such a young girl to, but I loved it. Just as Lady Whittier said, it was passionate. It made me think and feel, and though I couldn't understand the words because it was all in Italian, it touched something inside my heart. Though the tragic events unfolded on a stage and I knew they weren't real, I felt myself being drawn into it regardless. It must have been because of the music. That was what hooked me. I've been in love with the opera ever since. After Medea, Lady Whittier took me to see plays, concerts, and even the ballet. But there is nothing I remember more fondly than the opera. I met so many colorful characters, and they have all stayed with me ever since. Semiramide, Cenerentola, Tristan and Isolde. But I am forgetting myself. My mother, as you might expect, was delighted by this development. She was positively giddy at the thought of her little girl going to the opera with Lady Whittier. She would kiss my cheeks, pat me on the head, and say, "I always knew you were a charming girl, and you've certainly worked your magic on Lady Whittier. She loves you. She just wants some company, that's all." Yes, but don't you realize the significance of this? I get to expand my knowledge of the Italian arts? That too, but if she likes you this much, our futures will be secured. I fail to see how. Think about it logically, dear. Her will. What might she leave you in her will? This seemed positively shameless to me, but my mother was just being practical. She wasn't a conniving woman, and neither was she trying to swindle Lady Whittier. This was all down to the machinations of fate, and if fate had sent her a gift horse, my mother saw no reason to look it in the mouth. I can see she was being sensible now, but I bristled with indignation at the time. I hated to think that I might somehow be complicit in a scheme to defraud Lady Whittier of her money. Her husband and son had already bled her dry. I wanted no part in it. So what if she left me anything in her will? I wouldn't accept it. I would refuse. I've always had a lot of pride. That is, until Lady Whittier showed me the violin. It was shortly after we saw Medea together when Lady Whittier, perhaps inspired by a sudden burst of nostalgia, began to tell me a story. I'm gonna do a normal-ass voice for Lady Whittier because I'm hurting. When I was younger, around your age or perhaps a year or so older, I wanted to be a musician myself. I blinked at Lady Whittier over my cup of tea, fingers threaded oh so demurely through the handle. After taking tea with Lady Whittier for so long, I had learnt the correct way to hold my utensils, and I was very prim and proper about my manners. I was awfully snobby despite coming from such a poor family. Do you want to write an opera like Medea? Who, me? Write an opera? Goodness gracious, no. I'm too English. Perhaps you have a point. Lady Whittier sighed, peering at her reflection within her teacup. Composition is not a suitable pastime for women. That's what I was told from an early age. It would cause too much excitement, unbalance the humors. Oh no, I never composed. But you could play? Yes, I did play. My instrument of choice was the violin. Oh, how lovely! Violins are so elegant. I thought so too. I was inspired by a portrait we had in our home of a young girl in a white dress holding a fiddle. The girl in the picture looked so divine, I wanted to be like her too. I begged and pleaded my father for a violin of my own in a most unladylike manner. My father was a bit perturbed by my earnestness and, thinking it to be a passing fancy, refused. I was devastated. At some point, however, he must have had a change of heart. After a trip to Italy, he returned home with the most unexpected gift. Your own violin? That's right, my own violin. It was a pretty little object made in Cremona. Lady Whittier smiled, perhaps expecting the significance of this would go over my head, and explained further. This is where all the best violins are made. Stradivari himself hailed from Cremona, though this wasn't a Stradivarius. Nevertheless, it served me well and made my girlhood very happy indeed. Oh goodness! I, quite forgetting myself and all flustered with excitement, clasped my hands together. I wanted so badly to see her violin. It was like a physical ache. It hurt. I believe this is the only time in my life I've ever pleaded with anyone else. I couldn't help myself. You still have it? Do you? Lady Whittier didn't seem displeased by my questioning. If anything, she was amused. She chuckled, and her face was so joyous she looked 10, no, 20 years younger. It made me wonder as I watched her, whether she had made a similar expression upon receiving the violin from her father more than half a century ago. As a matter of fact, I do still have it. It's worth a pretty penny now, but I could never sell it. That violin was my dearest friend as a young girl, and it has been my most steadfast companion throughout my adult life. And you still play it? Sadly, no. I couldn't do it justice now, not with these gnarled fingers. I'm sure it would sound beautiful all the same. But Lady Whittier shook her head. Trying to play it now would be a disgrace to the music I used to be able to make. I wouldn't want to taint the memory of my childhood days. I'm sorry. I hung my head, disappointed. I didn't know what to say. And I had so wanted to hear Lady Whittier play her violin, too. But that wasn't the end of the matter. In fact, it was only just beginning. However, just because I can't play my violin, that doesn't mean nobody else can. What? I stared, hardly daring to believe. For a few moments, I think I quite forgot how to blink. I sat there dumbly, frozen like a doll. Then You don't... That is correct. Why don't you try it, Taohua? But that violin is precious to you. And it will be even more precious if another little girl is able to find joy in it like I did. I hate to think of it being locked away without any purpose, only capable of gathering dust. Instruments are created to be played, and you have such long, lovely fingers. If anybody was made to play a violin, you were. But I have never played before. Then I shall teach you. You really could? Though it has been several years, I remember the basics. And Lady Whittier smiled, the corners of her eyes crumpling. Audio's being weird again? Alright, hold up. I got you, fam! I'm gonna be so happy when I never have to use this capture card again. You don't understand how happy I'm gonna be to not have to use this thing anymore. Oop. Oh yeah. Both characters had bloody red faces for a single frame. No, yeah, that's the creepypasta version of Blackberry Honey. Yeah, this is a strangely wholesome segment in what's ultimately like gay, eroge, censored for Switch. To be fair, I think I saw the author say this is the only... I think I saw that this is the only, like... erotic visual novel this author has written. So, like, I think she's very used to just writing good stories and wholesome stories. Maybe not have an almost decade-old capture card. That costs money. You know what, chat? You want to donate money for me to buy a new state-of-the-art capture card? Feel free. I have a Ko-fi page. !KOFI. But that's neither here nor there. The WoW and Flutter? Is there still issues going on in the audio? Is the music still fucked up? Chat, you gotta tell me. Also, I just need to reload. Try reloading. Have done so? Oh, okay. Chat, does anyone else hear anything weird with the audio? I will unplug and plug it all back in. Now I have no video? That's a little concerning, don't you think? Sounds fine here. To be fair, with a thing like this, you mostly want to be, like, listening anyway, right? Maybe my issue, not yours? It's not you, it's me. Type of answer. Okay. And Lady Whittier smiled, the corners of her eyes crumpling. I've always wanted to share my passion with somebody else. Isn't that what love is all about? I didn't say a word. I couldn't. She was right, I think. She had never been more right about anything else. Despite Lady Whittier's words, I was not a natural violinist. In the beginning, the noises I coaxed out of her violin were hideous. They brought to mind not the elegant soaring of a bird on a draft of wind, but of cats screeching and yowling on rooftops. Still, I was not to be deterred, and neither was Lady Whittier. The violin gave us something new to bond over, and we laughed together at my failures and celebrated my minor successes. Over time, my playing became better and better until, after a year or so of almost daily lessons, I was able to procure actual music from that violin. I can't tell you how happy I felt when I was first able to complete my first proper piece of music. Corelli's La Folia, if you are interested, without a single mistake. I was so happy I could have cried. In fact, I think Lady Whittier did cry a little bit. Her roomy old eyes beaded with sentimental tears, and she wiped them away with a handkerchief. I pretended that I hadn't seen. I think it might have been embarrassing for her. But I knew how much that violin meant to her, and music, too. I could tell, and it warmed my heart. I spent several years with Lady Whittier, coming to her home every day while my mother set about her work. Time passed, the seasons changed, and we grew closer and closer like a real grandmother and granddaughter. As I grew taller, Lady Whittier complimented me. She said I was growing up to be a very handsome girl indeed. In turn, I made Lady Whittier presents for her birthday each year. A lavender stuffed pillow or a hand-sewn tea cozy. They weren't good presents by any stretch of the imagination. Despite my long, slender fingers, I've always been hopeless at sewing. But Lady Whittier delighted in them. She used that pillow every day until she Well, it happened around the time of my 14th birthday. Lady Whittier fell ill. I'm not sure what it was she suffered from, but it had been a very cold winter. Too cold, perhaps, for her constitution. She had to retire to her bed, and there she lay for several weeks, growing grayer and skinnier. Her body withered away, and even her hair seemed to thin. It was almost as though she was disappearing like mist, right before my very eyes. A physician came to tend her, but he had no advice to give other than bracing sea air. Sadly, she was far too ill to go to the seaside. Her maids worried that an attempt to move her would worsen her condition. Maybe they also feared, not illogically because she really was unwell, that the slightest touch would break some crucial component inside her and she would never recover. I sat by her bedside during this period and held her hand when permitted. Her claw-like fingers had seized up even further, and her nails dug into the backs of my hands so it hurt. She blinked up at me with rheumy eyes, pale blue, perpetually watery, and tried to smile. It looked like even smiling hurt. Oh, thank you for coming to see me. It's no problem. You don't need to thank me. But I must. I can't imagine spending time with a sickly old lady is fun for a pretty young girl like you. Lady Whittier laughed. It sounded dry and wheezy. You're at the age where you should be courting young men, not whiling your time away with me. Don't say that! Don't be silly. I shook my head. My throat started to convulse. I want to spend my time with you. You're important to me. She's not 45. There's no way she was 45. They never said her age. You're getting trolled right now, Tiny Satan. Taohua, you're such a sweet thing. I apologize. Don't apologize. I'm sure you'll be all right. That's what I told her, though I've never been less sure about anything in my life. Still, I had to try. I could hardly tell her she was going to die. I didn't want her to die. Not Lady Whittier. She had grown to mean so much to me over the years, and had done so much for me, and I think it was not only for her sake, but my own that I tried to convince her of her good health. It's probably just a cold. We'll give it time, and it'll go away again, and you'll be right as rain. I tried to sound sure of my diagnosis, but my voice trembled. It was obvious I was scared. I knew that she wasn't going to make it, and Lady Whittier knew it too. She smiled at me kindly, the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth folding in on one another, and squeezed my hand. It was almost like she was trying to console me. Thank you, Taohua. I think I feel a touch better now. But that was a lie. Tonal disconnect? Sorry, that's just the voice that I've had for Taohua this entire game. And I can't break character even in the sad part. Lady Whittier was selfless right until the end. She always put the welfare of others before herself. That was why her husband had seen fit to go out and get drunk every night, and why her son, if I ever met her son, I swear I'll give him a good talking to, bled her dry of her life savings until she had only sawdust left. She was too selfless. Maybe that was what killed her in the end. Though the doctors said it was respiratory problems. She just kept giving and giving and giving until she had nothing left to give. Even in her final moments, she was there for me. She only had one request to make of me during those troubled weeks, fraught with anxiety, while I watched over her and tried to stem my own tears. What's going on with her sleeves? Puffy sleeves! We're in Victorian England. Tahua, dear, I don't want to impose upon you, but it's fine. You can ask anything of me and I'll do it. It was true, too. She could have told me to bite off the tip of my own tongue, and I would have complied in a heartbeat if I thought it might make her better. It wouldn't, of course, but one can always hope. Well then, as you know, I've always loved hearing you play the violin. There is nothing purer in this world than music, and the music you played brought me joy like nothing else. But I'm no professional. There are others, many others, who are far more talented than I am. There are always others more talented than we are, Tahua. But I don't care about that. I like hearing you play because you are you and you're dear to me. Lady Whittier's withered old fingers impressed themselves softly against the back of my hand, brushing my skin. I shivered. You're like the granddaughter I never had. The granddaughter I'd always wanted. In fact, hold on. Okay, I have to open my window because it's getting warm. You are my beloved granddaughter, and these last few years spent with you have been the happiest years of my life. Please, I just want to hear you play one last time. Lady Whittier. I had never heard her sound so defeated before. Was it a last request? Had she already given in to her fate? I bit my lower lip. The color drained from my face. For a few moments, I childishly thought about refusing. If I didn't play, I reasoned, she wouldn't be able to die. She couldn't. Instead, she would hang on, and then she would be able to hear me play as much as she wanted, whenever she wanted, as she sat in the parlor drinking tea on a warm, sunny afternoon. But I knew there was no time for that. She had no time left. The grandfather clock in the corner of her room ticked the seconds away slowly. One less second Lady Whittier had on this earth. The cold was in her bones. It was eating her away from the inside, turning her internal organs into sand. This was all she had left. These last few fleeting moments where she pleaded with me, her honorary granddaughter, to give her some comfort in her final moments. Nobody else had given anything to her before. They had been too selfish, more concerned with themselves than this proud, noble woman. I knew I had to do it, though my eyes were filling with tears and my chest hurt. I was the only one who could. All right. I'll play for you. Oh, Tahua, my dear child. And her smile was so serene, her eyes so soft, that it almost made this moment of tragedy seem like something beautiful. The final act of an opera. And so I took up my violin and played. My fingers felt strangely cold despite the warm weather, and I fumbled with the bow a few times. But I tried my best. I had to. I owed Lady Whittier that much after everything she had done for me. Her home had been my home away from home, and she had been just as dear to me as any relative. In fact, I think I was even closer with her than I was my own mother. I tried to pour all my feelings into my playing, clumsy though it was. I just wanted to let her know how much she meant to me in her final, dying moments. How much I loved her, how much I hoped, though I knew it was probably futile, that she would get better, that she would survive. I needed her after all. I think I needed her even more than she needed me. I hadn't realized how lonely my life had been until she came into it. And now, she was going to leave. Exit stage right. I think while I was playing the violin, tears started to come to my eyes. I couldn't help myself, but still, I continued to play. I tried to play one of Lady Whittier's favorite, more complex violin pieces. Paganini's 20th Caprice in D major. Lady Whittier died that night. I didn't find out until the next morning when I went to Lady Whittier's home with my mother. I think I had known, though, even as I walked across the cobblestone streets with my mother, that this would be it. The end. I would never see her again. It was a cold morning, perfectly suited for my morose mood. The streets were thick with fog, and though the lamps flickered, the light could not quite penetrate through the gloom. It almost felt, as I walked alongside my mother, that I were traversing the bottom of an ocean. The people we passed in their thick coats and mufflers did not seem to be other human beings, but fish. The maids let me into Lady Whittier's room because they knew how close we had been, and there I saw her, still and lifeless, but strangely peaceful. I know it's a cliché, but she could have been asleep. I wished dearly that she was. I half allowed myself to believe if I could have taken her violin and played her favorite song, she would have sat up in bed and smiled at me. But that was not to be. I was 14, much too old for such fancies. When people die, they have a depressing tendency to remain dead. It's scientifically proven. Not even galvanized frogs truly return from the grave. Their twitching is simply a result of the electricity running through their bodies. Lady Whittier did not stir, even when I held her hand for the first time. Last time, sorry. Now completely cool, and pressed a kiss against her withered old cheek. So, Lady Whittier was dead, and my mother was once more out of a job. And I was horribly, dreadfully lonely. It felt like a real physical ache, as though there was a thorn buried inside my chest. No matter what I did, I couldn't get it out. There was, however, one small consolation. Lady Whittier left me her violin. She included me in her will, though I wasn't a blood relation and no true granddaughter of hers. Our lack of familial ties did not lessen her affections towards me. I was her dear Tao Hua, her peach blossom, who had afforded her so much happiness in her old age. And though she had little money left, what money she did have went to her son, Ambrose. She could at least bequeath me with her most cherished possession, the delightful violin her father had bought in Cremona all those years ago. And that was not the only thing. Lady Whittier also wrote a letter. Her handwriting was faint and spidery, as her hands had frozen with sickness and old age combined, but I could read it regardless. She knew my mother and I would be in need of money, and, if I felt it necessary, I could sell her violin. On a meta-narrative level, is Lori just laying in her arms listening to the story without response? Listen. If a hot, naked woman just starts trauma dumping her entire tragic backstory to you for an hour and a half after, quote, post-coitus, are you gonna move? Are you gonna say anything? I'm just saying. And also, yeah, sometimes you just gotta let your partner vent. I will say, I've got a lot of trauma. I've got a fucked up childhood. The day that I decided to tell my girlfriend, like, everything. It was like 45 minutes straight of me just talking and her just kind of like making breathing noises and stuff. Upset noises. I think it's not. I think it's normal to like not really like speak up and interrupt somebody when they're tragic backstorying at you. Alright. Throat refresh. It has a great deal of sentimental worth to me, but I suppose that will no longer matter when I am dead and gone. Sell it if you must. You should fetch a pretty penny for it, and you and your mother should no longer need to worry about monetary concerns. But there was more. I have also been making arrangements for you during the past few months. I knew my end was approaching, and I wished to ensure you were cared for as best I could. I do not have too many connections. My dearly departed husband was better at making enemies than friends, but I have a passing familiarity with the Leonard family of Shropshire. Louisa Leonard and I are related. She is my niece, and I believe she has been looking for a parlor maid for quite some time. Unfortunately, or fortunately perhaps, she is also rather picky and the process has been taking a long time. I told Louisa I had met with the most extraordinary young girl, with grace and dignity most suited for the role, and she seemed interested in making your acquaintance. If you are in need of a job, I am sure Louisa would be only too happy to accommodate you. The wages would be higher than that of a mere scullery maid, and you would have room and board. Louisa has always been a touch obsessed with the exotic, shall we say, and I imagine she will like you, being so pretty and unusual. I fear she will see you as something mildly diverting rather than the intelligent young woman that you are, but it would not be too taxing a job. In any event, you should do what you think is best. I want to see you flourish in the future, my little peach blossom. You've done so much for me in your own way, though you may not realize it, and I just want to return the favor. She was always trying to return favors, Lady Whittier, even until the end. Even though, as I wish I could have told her, but never had the chance. I was the one who should have been thanking her. I really did love her. I loved her so dearly. And I never got a chance to tell her. Tao Hua fell silent, her head bowed. Lorena took this as a sign that the older woman had finished. Tao Hua's eyes looked a touch less vibrant than per usual. Muted, perhaps, with unshed tears? And she was staring at the top of Lorena's head dumbly, brow furrowed. She looked so troubled, so vulnerable, so exposed, that Lorena was tempted to pull her close and kiss her. She wanted to kiss Tao Hua all over, her eyelids and cheeks and the corners of her lips. She was too beautiful not to, but Lorena couldn't. Cowed by Tao Hua's unexpected honesty and the raw emotion in her voice when she had recounted her tale, all Lorena could do was regard her anxiously. Oops. She frowned. Tao Hua, are you alright? This question seemed to be enough to bring Tao Hua back to her senses, which had momentarily taken leave of her. She smiled, a wavering, watery smile, and gave a brief nod. Thank you for your concern, my little Lori, but I'm fine. You don't look very fine. And that is a very rude thing to say to a lady such as I, Lorena Hua. Tao Hua gave Lorena a prod in the side with her finger. Lorena squeaked obligingly. The younger maid's eyes widened with shock, for She hadn't expected the sudden attack after so sentimental an interlude, and Tao Hua began to giggle. Why did you do that? Because the atmosphere was growing rather heavy, and I don't want to cry. It would be unseemly. You've seen me in much more unseemly positions. It's only fair I should get to watch you shed one or two tears. Oh my. I didn't realize you were a fellow follower of Desad. Who? Don't worry your pretty little head about it, dear. Oh, okay. Yay! You know, it's really annoying when you talk like that. I know it is, but you love me all the same. I wish I didn't. I'm sorry, my little Lori, but I'm far too wonderful not to love. Lorena pouted. You don't need to put up an act all the time. You can open up to me. If you want. I'll be here for you. Isn't that what being in an, Lorena's face reddened. Merely saying the word was embarrassing. But it sent a tremor of undisturbed, unblemished happiness rippling through her body, the likes of which she had never felt before. In a relationship is all about? Lorena finished somewhat shyly. Tao Hua observed her cute companion, with her soft skin and dewy eyes, and smiled. She couldn't help herself. Oh, my little Lori, you are perfect. I'm really not. Not at all. I have a terrible temper, but I'm bad at letting it out. I don't always say what I really think, and I'm clumsy and awkward and get upset easily. That just means you're passionate. I like that. It's attractive. Tao Hua, I really am glad you told me that you trust me. Of course I trust you, my little Lori. I like you rather a lot. Good. Let's keep liking each other, please? Of course, pet. It's a deal. A binding contract? Mephistopheles himself could do no worse. Moestopheles? Close enough. Tao Hua kissed the top of Lorena's head and cuddled her close. The sound of Tao Hua's heartbeat fluttered inside the shell of Lorena's ear. Perhaps it was this kiss that prompted Lorena's yawn. Lily, my only response to that comment is this is just what lesbian bottoms are like. Unfortunately. Well, stereotypical bottoms, I should say. Obviously, there's a whole spectrum of range on there. Obviously, there are bottoms who are very much more mature and also not completely, this. Have higher standards? No, I do. That's why I'm dating my current partner instead of some of my exes. Yeah, Mephistopheles isn't hard to say at all. Perhaps it was this kiss that prompted Lorena's yawn. Sleepy? A bit. I had quite a stressful evening. I can only imagine. Well, you won't need to worry for that much longer, my little Lori. I'll take care of you. I have the means. Yes, but after everything you said, can you really sell your violin? It must mean so much to you, and Lady Whittier, too. It does, but I think Lady Whittier, no, Pamela, would prefer it this way. She told me in that letter that she wanted me to be happy, and I haven't been truly happy for almost 15 years. You've worked here for that long? The money is good and I want for nothing, even if Lady Constance is a royal pain in the posterior. Then you really are old. You're a good deal older than me. How rude. I'm actually mad. I'm in my 30s. Tao Hua's not even 30. You shouldn't talk that way about a lady's age. Yeah, I am sorry. I just... Tahua! Yes, my little Lori? I didn't realize you were so ancient. I'm not even in my 30s. And I'm not yet in my 20s. Old age comes to us all. And it came to you far, far quicker than it did for me. Right, that does it. Tahua began to prod and pinch at Lorena even more mercilessly. Her fingers skittered like spiders' legs against Lorena's neck, beneath her armpits, against her sides. No, get off of me! Stop it! Lorena glared. Tahua giggled. The two women stared at one another, their bodies pressed flush together and their legs tangled, before finally Lorena caved in. Also, I totally missed this. Thank you for the follow, Brightkyrion. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't see it because I had a Discord window open looking at my girlfriend goes to bed at the same time every night, so I was kind of looking at Discord waiting for her to send the message, but she still hasn't. She started to smile too. How could she help herself when she was so very foolishly, ridiculously in love? I couldn't sell Lady Whittier's violin before. I was trying too hard to cling to the past, and my memories of her were the only things that made me happy. I thought if I could keep her most cherished possession safe, I could keep being happy. And I would make her happy too. But I was wrong. Lorena raised an eyebrow. How rare. Indeed. It doesn't happen often, but in this case, Lady Whittier is already dead. She did a lot for me, and I loved her dearly. I still do, in fact, but I can't make a dead woman happy. No matter how I try to honor her memory, it isn't possible. I think it would be far, far better if I started to live life for myself. That can be so funny. Hey Gyaru, how was your stream?
TCG Card Shop Simulator.
I've seen so many clips of that game. It looks pretty funny. Let me give you all a minute to finish the pre-roll aids. The pre-roll what? The pre-roll ads! You know, like, when somebody comes into the stream for the first time, they have the pre-roll ads. You gotta give it 30 seconds to do that. Oh, I must have got cut off. The pre-roll ass. Anyway, hi Gyaru, thank you for the raid. Hello everyone coming from the raid. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. I stream a lot of visual novels. And, you're currently walking into the end of a lesbian-made visual novel. I hope you enjoyed your stream, Gyaru. You gotta lurk, gotta leave, feel free. For all the new people coming in, hi! Give me a follow. We are literally at the climax of this. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow, Red Go Light. You have my attention? Well, Tyrasar, it's a good thing you say that, because I have been streaming this for 5 weeks. And we have VOD. Thank you for the follow, Tyrasar. Alright. Technically, we're maybe about an hour after the— Alright, Lily, calm down. You're not wrong, though. That's the kind of joke I would make. Okay. We gotta finish playing out the scene. What did she say? Lady Whittier is already dead. She did a lot for me and I loved her dearly. I still do, in fact, but I can't make a dead woman happy no matter how I try to honor her memory. It isn't possible. Also, it's now TOS friendly because the Steam version of this game, they are not wearing clothes in this scene. I had to switch to the Switch version. Oh shit, no. I have not saved in a while. There we go. Let me save this just in case. I'm worried about something happening again. Yeah, I hate the Joy-Con drift on Switch. Okay. I think it would be far better if I started to live life for myself. A life with you in it, I think, would be the best life of all. So, Lori. My little Lori. What do you think? Would you accompany me into the great unknown? Tiredness had settled upon Lorena once more. Her limbs felt dull and heavy. Merely trying to blink seemed to expend too much energy, and she yawned yet again. Her eyes beaded with tears. And where's that, then? Well, if I want to take you to the opera, it would probably be London. I've never been before. I'm rather fond of it. I did grow up in London, after all. Another yawn. It's all so soon, but... Well, I'm not entirely sure what love involves, but I think I might, love you? Quite a lot. And I want to stay by your side no matter what, so You? I want to go with you. I want to stay with you. Always. These are some Yuri-ass maids, Gyaru. Oh, Lori. My Lori. I want to stay with you too. Always. So saying, Taohua brought her fingers up beneath Lorena's chin. And pressed her lips, soft but firm, against those of her dear, beloved little Lori. The 1st of June, Wednesday. The following morning found Lorena in the servants' quarters. This had been her home for the last half a year, but no more. She was gonna leave. She would leave with Taohua on a brand new adventure. It was very early. Lorena, tired and groggy though she was, had slipped out of Taohua's tender embrace at 5 o'clock to pad, soft and silent, along the darkened hallway and into her lodgings. The young maid gathered her belongings slowly and carefully, willing the floorboards not to creak beneath her. Lorena didn't want the other maids to awake and learn what she was doing, least of all Pauline. Facing off against the older maid one last time might have been somewhat satisfying, but Lorena had no interest in such a dramatic farewell. She'd had quite enough of Bly. All she wanted to do was slip away, like the ghost Ada had spoken of so fearfully. Lorena didn't have many items to pack. She had precious few possessions to her name, save the clothes on her back. It took roughly 3 minutes for Lorena to gather up the meager belongings she had amassed over the years. A hairbrush, a few pairs of socks, her scratchy nightgown, a copy of Robinson Crusoe, and that was all. The other maids remained sound asleep the whole while. Pauline was curled up on herself, snoring softly in her sleep. With her eyes closed, dark lashes matted together, and her face smoothed free of wrinkles, she looked younger than usual. More approachable. Isabel, too, seemed less austere with her blonde hair let loose. It curled about her face, framing it sweetly. Effie lay still and flat like a board. She was so unnaturally still and silent, she rather resembled a corpse. Lieselot, meanwhile, seemed to be dreaming of her beloved Swiss Alps. She mumbled under her breath every once in a while. "Oh, Andermatt, I have missed you so." Every time she mumbled, Lorena's shoulders tensed, but she didn't wake. Lorena straightened up and wiped her palms on her skirt. She picked up her battered carpet bag and turned, ready to make her stealthy retreat. But she paused. Something made her halt. She couldn't leave like this, could she? It was true she hadn't liked Isabel and Pauline, but the other maids were personable enough. Liselot had tried to be kind in her own strange, Swiss way. Effie was supportive, albeit a touch too aggressively. And as for Ada? Her precious friend Ada. Lori? Lorena exhaled softly. The young maid with the round, moon-shaped face was sitting on the edge of her bed. Her hair, tied into 2 stubby braids, was a little mussed and her eyes were bleary from lack of sleep. To Lorena's surprise, Ada had managed to attire herself in her maid's uniform despite her half-asleep state. The uniform was crumpled here and there, but Lorena was impressed that Ada's flagging fingers had managed to do up the buttons. Is it morning already? It's not. You can sleep a little longer. But I already got dressed. I was so worried I was late. Ada stifled a yawn. Well, if it isn't time to get up, why are you already awake? I'm packing. Packing? What for? I'm going on a journey. Oh, right. Ada nodded slowly. She was so tinged with sleep, perhaps she did not fully understand the implications of the ratty carpet bag, or the drawer by Lorena's bedside which had been left slightly ajar. Is Lady Leonard sending you out on some errand? Lorena shook her head. As she did, she felt invisible fingers gripping her heart. She'd never been very good at saying goodbye. It had been the same 3 years ago when she'd glanced at her family over her shoulder before setting out into the big, wide world. This has nothing to do with Lady Leonard. Ada yawned, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hands. But if you go out without her permission, she'll be mad at you. Let her be mad. It doesn't matter to me. Not anymore. Why not? Ada frowned. She blinked. And then? Lori, you're not going away, are you? Lorena pressed her index finger against her lips, signaling silence, but it was too late. Liselot snuffled in her sleep. She blinked. And then she sat up, disturbing the covers about her body. When she moved, her long blonde hair moved with her. It was so long it coiled on the wooden floor by her bedside like a corn snake. Oh, it is so early. Why are you awake, Lorena? I'm going somewhere. At this time? Liselot's eyes widened. I have not overslept, have I? No, it's fine. Go back to sleep. I could not possibly. The game's afoot. So Effie was awake too? How long had she been lying there, privy to this conversation? Perhaps she had been awake the whole while and had only been pretending to sleep. Sometimes Lorena did wonder about that maid. Lorena! Ada peered at Lorena in the dark, her hands clasped together at her front. What is going on? Well... Lorena bit her lower lip. I'm leaving Bly, and I'm not coming back. Oh, really? It was Pauline. It seemed the conversation had awoken her too. The older maid was sitting up in bed, the covers bunched up about her legs. Though it was dark, Lorena could see the characteristic smirk on her cruel face. Have you finally been fired for gross misconduct? It was only a matter of time. Lorena scowled, drawing herself up to her full height. And she had so wanted to avoid a confrontation, too. So much for that. No, I've not been fired, actually. Then where are you going? There's nowhere for you to go, unless you intend to take refuge in the poorhouse. Oh yes, that would be funny. I think if you think you have it bad here, Lorena, wait until you go there. They'll work you to the bone. Why? You have much experience with the poorhouse, Paulina. Now, we are the ones who are asking questions. I have no reason to answer them. Maybe not, but Lorena? Ada looked at Lorena imploringly. Her eyes were big and bright. We're friends, aren't we? Oh, of course we are, Ada. You're one of my best friends here. But then why are you trying to leave without telling me? I thought it would make you sad. It would make me sadder if I awoke to find you were gone. That is correct. I would worry the ghost had snatched you away in the night. Are we talking about that nonsense again? There are no ghosts at Bly, but there is a devious, underhanded maid who refuses to tell us the truth. I'm not a maid. Not anymore. Then what will you do with yourself? You don't have any real talent, and I doubt you'd be able to find another job in service after walking away from Bly. Assuming, of course, you're telling the truth and you haven't been dismissed in disgrace. You can believe what you want, but I really am going. I've had enough. And as for where I'm going, exactly... So long as I'm with Tao Hua, that's more than enough. Tao Hua? That parlor maid? How preposterous. It's true. We're leaving together. But two women can't strike out on their own. It's unthinkable. I knew it. Effie smiled to herself in her typically muted, Effie-like manner and nodded her head. So, is that what your heart told you? I guess so. Oh, Lorena, I am so happy for you. When are you going to get married? Lorena's cheeks flushed. I don't think that'll ever happen. Maybe one day. Oh, Lori. Ada sniffled. I am glad you were able to talk things through with Tao Hua, but is this it? Are you really just leaving? Ada. Lorena winced. The fingers ensnaring her heart squeezed a touch tighter. I'm sorry. I should have told you. Only it's so sudden, I just found out myself. Did you really hate it here that much, Lori? There were a great many things I disliked. Lorena shot a pointed glare at Pauline and Isabel. But I didn't hate it. Not all the time. You made things more bearable. You and Lisa-Lot and even Effie. A pause. But I have to strike out on my own. The world is a big place, and there's more I want to do and see. I don't want to wither away and Bly. I don't want to stay here, but... Ada, I really will miss you. That climax of night. Hi, comfy basilisk. Ada, quote-unquote comfy basilisk. I made things more bearable? You did make things more bearable. She's gonna say I dislike things, glare at them, and that's it. Yep. Sometimes when you leave a horrible situation, that's just the best thing you can do. Just be like, yeah, it sucked here. Bye. Leave it at that. I really will miss you. Oh, Lori, I'll miss you too. I'll miss you so, so much. And with a pained wail, Ada rose from her bed and flung her arms tightly about Lorena's neck. Aw. She was soft, warm, and smelt like home. Her plain, brown braids tickled Lorena's cheek, but Lorena found she did not care all that much. In fact, she rather liked it. You silly girl. If you get upset, then you'll make me feel upset too. Lorena sniffled. Already, she could feel a lump forming in her throat. She swallowed it down stubbornly. Lorena always had a stubborn streak to her, and let her arms wrap about Ada's waist. I'm sorry. You're always apologizing. Because I'm silly, like you said, and I know I'm emotional. I don't want to annoy you, but this is all so sudden. I don't know what I'll do without you. Ada, you're stronger than you think. I am? Yes, you gave me strength when I needed it. I'm sorry I have to leave like this. I really am sorry. Not wanting Ada, or indeed any of the other maids, to see her distress, Lorena buried her head against the older maid's shoulder. Her eyes beaded with tears. Was she crying? All of a sudden, the finality of their situation hit Lorena. This would be the last time she could ever cling to Ada for warmth, or smell her soft, slightly doughy smell. It would be the last time she'd ever see Ada, and Effie, and Lieselot. There was no going back. This really was goodbye. Okay. If you've been here, you know I've been chugging water for like 50 million years. I need to use the restroom real fast, and then we'll get this final scene out. And the credits. Let me be right back. I died! Okay. I am no longer dying. Alright, let's see. CG's character graphic, but I'll never read it that way. Ada, how do you read CG? I need to know. Concept graphic. A lot of reviews of this game were written by men. They were very upset by the fact there aren't multiple routes so you could romance Ada. Or get closure with the brat. If we felt like that, we wrote fanfic, not pissy reviews. Welcome to the 2020s. Alrighty, let's close the story out. When Lorena finally made it to the gates of Bly, the sun had already risen. The sky was a bright blue, almost aquamarine, and dotted here and there with fluffy white clouds. Birds, mostly wrens and... what the fuck? Chaffinches? Trilled and twittered amongst themselves from the tree branches. Lorena could see them flitting to and fro, flecks of color darting amongst the foliage. There was a gentle breeze. It tugged at the hem of Lorena's skirts, making them billow and flutter about her legs like the sails of a ship. It must have been 6:30 in the morning. The maids of Bly would already be awake by this hour, attending to their daily chores. Lady Constance and Lady Leonard, meanwhile, would still be asleep, snug and cozy in their four-poster beds like hot cross buns tucked away in the oven. What of Lady Constance? How would the irascible madam react when she learnt, with a jolt, that her favorite plaything had managed to escape? But Lorena would not think of that now. She had no sympathy to spare for that young girl. Not after she had put Lorena through such misery. When Tahua spotted the young maid, crossing the dirt track lined with trees, she smiled and waved. Lorena hurried over, panting from the exertion. The wind tugged at her skirts all the more, as though attempting to hinder her. But Lorena would not allow herself to linger. Not for anyone. You're late, my little Lori. I'm sorry, I got a bit waylaid. Saying tearful goodbyes? Maybe. Oh, I am jealous. At least you have a handful of people to say goodbye to, unlike my good self. But Tahua did not sound particularly vexed. She smiled gently and ruffled the top of Lorina's head, disturbing her hair. If it had been a month or so prior, Lorina would have snapped at her. Now, the young maid found she rather enjoyed the attention. Tahua's touch was warm, though in a different way to Ada's, and Lorina could not get enough of it. Do you have all your belongings? They're in this bag. Tahua peered at Lorina's carpet bag, her fingers between her chin. She frowned. It's rather small. Are you sure that's everything? I don't have many possessions to bring. Ha. Well, I intend to change that after I sell this old thing. Tahua gestured towards her violin case, held in her right hand. Lorina's eyes softened. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Quite sure. But, Lady Whittier... Goodness, don't try to talk me out of this now, Lori. We came to an agreement, didn't we? I suppose so. The violin is important to me, and so is Lady Whittier. But I hardly need to lug this around with me to remind me of her. Her memories will remain, all the same, inside my heart. Tahua pulled a face. Though, that sounds awfully cliched. You're becoming sentimental in your old age. I hope not. You must be, or you wouldn't have asked to run away with me. Lorina looked back at Bly. The large house was so far away, tucked behind an avenue of trees and a long, sprawling garden, it was almost impossible to see. She could still remember standing outside these gates just gone midnight, as her carriage slowly lumbered away into the gloom. Hey, thanks for the raid, lol's time. Why do so many of you raid at like 1:30 to 2 a.m.? Oh my goodness. I didn't even mean to be going this long. Just with this novel, the ending to this novel is so freaking long. Signal D's raids. Shout out, lol time. Started stream late. Oh, that's fair. This is like the third raid I've had late at night though, which is really funny. Yeah, I hope your stream was... How was I not following you already? I hope your stream went well. Oh, you know what? I remember opening OBS and seeing lol's time followed you and thinking that was so funny and thinking I was going to follow back, but I was working at the time, I think. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, Signalis is on my list too. I want to try to check it out myself. Okay. But also, I hope your raid went well. Hello, everyone coming from... You go by lol time, or are you lol or hicks on stream? I don't know. Hello, everyone coming from the raid. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. Hi, I stream a lot of visual novels. We are currently literally at the final scene of a visual novel about lesbian maids and their struggles to get along. Oh, sorry, we could add another tag. Lesbian, interracial, age gap maids. There we go. Chat, did we get all the tags right? That's everything, right? Okay, time to continue. She could still remember standing outside these gates just gone midnight, as her carriage slowly lumbered away into the gloom. The stars overhead had been cold and hard, completely uncaring about the young girl's plight. That had been 6 months ago. Half a year. Once, Bly had been an unknown hidden at the end of this winding walkway. It had been Lorina's future. Now, it was part of her past. Bly and Lady Leonard and Lady Constance and Miss Smith and Mr. Lester and Joe the gardener and Ada and Effie and Liselot and Pauline and Isabel. Soon, they would become nothing more than memories. It was a sobering thought. But life went on as always. Thanks for the follow, Violet Vainglory. So long as Lorena had Tao Hua, she would be fine. Have a good night, Lol's time. She was sure of that. It really is a big change, though. Do you regret it? No. Lorena shook her head. The wind caught in her hair, making it flutter about her face. The sunlight warmed the top of her head. It seemed to light up her cheeks, too, dyeing them a soft, gentle pink, just like primroses poking out of the earth upon the advent of spring. I want to go with you, and I want to stay with you. Always? That's right. Lorena smiled and linked her fingers together with Tao Hua's. Always. I don't remember if that's Tao Hua or Lorena talking. Always together. Oh, preview? Or no, like reminiscence? Alright, chat, it's credits time. Yeah, look at all that work. Writing and programming done by Ebi Hime. Make sure you go check her out. Good writing. Well, yeah, good writing. Good story. I like it. Yeah, holy fuck, it's over. The whole, like, ending themes took so long. I wasn't ready for it to take this long. I was hoping there were only 3 hours left in the game, but the whole sequence with Tao Hua basically trauma dumping her childhood took like an hour and a half, I think? Maybe 2 hours? I like how the Russian translator is named Usagi Toxic. Alright, chat. I definitely have seen some some people take issue with this story. But also, I know not all of you have been here for the whole thing. What's your opinion? What do you think? I think it was a cute story. I have nitpicks here and there, but overall, it was a cute... Oh, that's such a cute image. Oh, I love this. Thank you for playing. That's such a cute ending scene. It did what it was trying to do well. It was cute and gay. Yeah, it seems like a very whole sweet story. Good thing is, you can find the rest of the story on archive VODs. I don't know if I archived everything actually. I'll edit them eventually. Oh, post-credits scene? Thank you. Thank you, Marvel. Thank you, Marvel Films. Everything they said about London was true. It was truer than anything Lorena had ever dared to dream of. Though the streets were not paved with gold, in actuality they were rather dirty. The atmosphere about the big city, the biggest of all cities, was unparalleled. London was, as Wordsworth had said, the mighty heart at the center of England. There was so much history, one seemed to live and breathe the past. There were spires and towers and domes and temples, all jostling for space along the banks of the Thames. Ships crossed the water, sails unfurled, as they brought with them cargo from new and uncharted worlds. Bells chimed every single hour. No matter where you went and no matter where you stood, one could always hear bells. From St. Clement's in Eastcheap to St. Dunstan's in Stepney. And then there were all the houses. The houses were numerous. Sorry for your ears. Houses were numerous, stretching out in terraced rows one after the other, and all cramped in together like too many teeth in an overcrowded mouth. The streets were well worn, flattened down from innumerable footsteps of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. There were so many people, it was impossible to count them as one crossed from one side of London Bridge to the other. And what people they were, too. The residents of London, whether permanent or temporary, hailed from all walks of life. There were soldiers and chimney sweepers, elegant ladies and painted harlots, fair-skinned English girls and Indian lascars with colorful turbans. In London, even a woman like Tao Hua with her almond-shaped eyes and exotic skin did not seem so terribly out of place. Though some did stop to cast a cursory glance or two, or indeed 3 or 4, at this rare flower. Most were too wrapped up in their own lives and their own concerns to spare her a second glance. Tao Hua was just part of the crowd, and Lorena was more than happy to accompany her, no matter where she went. Though London was a part of England, it was like no part of England Lorena had ever been to. The young girl had been brought up in Liverpool, which was a large port in its own right, but it was nothing compared to London. London was so divorced from everything Lorena knew, it almost felt like its own world. A world where she could be happy with Tao Hua. Oh, are you alright, my little Lori? Tao Hua paused, rarely a sensible thing to do in a heaving London street, and glanced back at her companion. You seem to have slowed quite a bit. I was just wondering. You should do your wondering elsewhere, or you'll get swept up in the crowd. Yes, I'm sorry. We should probably hurry. If we don't pick up the pace, we'll be late for Medea. But, what is it? I don't know if a girl like me should see Medea at all. And why not? I'm not the most cultured of people, and I don't know if I could appreciate it. I mean, I'm the daughter of a milliner and... Oh, hush. Huh? Lorena blinked. Tao Hua's fingers were curled about her own protectively. Her palm was warm and her touch was gentle. It doesn't matter if you're cultured or not. I'll help you along as best as I can. And if you don't like the opera, we don't need to go again. But you like it. I also like chicken's feet. You don't need to like everything I do. Lorena pulled a pace. Chicken's feet? They're a Chinese delicacy. You grew up in London. My father was still Chinese. Oh goodness, your tastes are even stranger than I thought. That's just a little racist. Is that a problem? No. Lorena smiled softly to herself. The crowds pushed and shoved about her, but Lorena didn't mind. Not while she was with Tao Hua, their fingers latticed together tightly. I like learning more about you. It's an adventure. Like exploring London? Exactly. Except you're much, much more interesting. More interesting than one of the oldest cities in Britain. I am flattered. Tao Hua smiled coyly. Unfortunately, there's nothing about me that's quite so enticing as Medea. You saw it with Lady Whittier, didn't you? I've always wanted to watch it again. It was a formative experience. More than the chicken feet? Much more. It's what inspired my love for music and why I learned to play the violin. A pause. And ultimately, it is what led me to you, my little Lori. What do you mean? If I hadn't become so close to Lady Whittier, she wouldn't have curried favor for me with Lady Leonard. I wouldn't have gone to Bly, and I wouldn't have met you. And we wouldn't be here now. Are you glad you're here? I've never been happier. Oh, Tao Hua. But There was a small pause. Tao Hua grinned. I would be happier still, I think, if we could, hurry up. I believe the opera will soon commence. That's right, we should hurry. Then let's go. And with that, the two women began to run. Tao Hua took the lead, her fingers still linked with Lorina's as they darted through the crowds. Lorina followed, her skirts fluttering around her legs with abandon. They ducked and weaved and went their way through the crowds. Every once in a while, a pedestrian turned to glare at these most uncouth of women, and one gentleman, if he could be called such a thing, even hurled abuse at Tao Hua's retreating back, but the older woman paid him no heed. Instead, she started to laugh. Lorina did too. She'd never been one to draw attention to herself, but when she was with Tao Hua, she couldn't help herself. She couldn't help but feel happy. As she ran, people streaming behind her like ships in the Thames, Lorina thought she spotted a familiar face. Two of them. Blonde curls and brown buns. But Lorina hadn't the time to dally. Medea was due to start in 10 minutes or so, and Tao Hua was still pulling her along. Their shoes struck against the ground as they ran. Lorina's cheeks were flushed pink from exertion, her heart thumping wildly inside her chest. She was beginning to get a stitch in her side. It hurt, yes. But the pain, sharp though it was proof that she was alive. She was alive, and for the first time, it felt like she was really living. She was living together with Tao Hua. And was there anything in the world more wonderful than that? If there was, Lorina couldn't conceive of it. She didn't want to. She just wanted this mad, frantic, happy moment to last forever. Maybe if she stayed with Tao Hua, it really could. Alright. Game's over. Go home, everyone. Get the fuck out. God, I am... My throat hurts so much. Yeah, that's a solid story. I liked it. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed Blackberry Honey. Even if you're not of the, lesbian variety. But I know that's, like, most of my audience, so... Now I can go back to shilling Paranorma site. We have more than a few options, right? For our next game, our next novel. So here's the thing. Here is the thing, chat. Here is the thing. Hold on, let me get this on the right screen. Keep changes, OBS over here. Alright, chat. Let's get out of here. Go away. Oh, right, I have to do an outro. Whatever. That was Blackberry Honey. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a very, very sweet and heartwarming story, you know? Sometimes you just need something sickeningly sweet. Sometimes the characters didn't make sense, but you know what? That's fine. You gotta remember one of them is 19, and one of them is a cradle robber. I mean these in the best ways possible. That being said, so normally what I try to do is I have 1 day of a short visual novel and 2 days of a long visual novel, right? So right now we're doing Zero Time Dilemma for the long visual novel. For the short, I'm thinking either Paranorma